Test 1, 2. order. Thank you for attending. I really appreciate you taking your time out to come and do this. I know how beautiful it is outside, and we're all sitting here in the school. Okay, let's start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, Michelle, you want to do the roll call?
Ms. Hamilton?
Present.
Mr. Dobies? Miss Marilyn Acton Dowell? Mrs. Mitchell?
Here.
And Mrs. Fitzgerald.
Here. Okay, at this point, I would like to entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you very much. Any discussion about the agenda? We just vote? Okay. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Okay. It's approved at this point. Now we're going on to the superintendent's report, and I'm going to turn that over to Jeff.
All right, we got a couple of presentations tonight. To start off, Jeremy Patterson, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Education, is going to present our social studies curriculum. And Jeremy, it's all yours.
All right, thank you. Maya, you want to come on up? I don't know if I saw Beth yet. Okay, good evening, everyone. As our PowerPoint presentation is going to come up, I always like to start off with a positive, so I don't get to do my full secondary report, but I just want to say happy Teacher Appreciation Month for the month of May. We've got some teachers in the audience, and we have just some fantastic teachers here at Jackson Public Schools. So just wanted to start off with that before we jump into our presentation. We are presenting today Houghton Mifflin Harcourt Social Studies Pilot with Jackson Public Schools Secondary Schools, grades 6 through 12. You know me, Jeremy Patterson, Assistant Superintendent for Secondary Curriculum, and I'll share our other guest here with us this evening.
Maya Wheeler, and I'm with Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. I'm your local account executive, and good or bad, I live in Marshall.
John Corrigan, Social Studies, Parkside Middle School.
And we are expecting Beth Lori Smith from Jackson High and Jackson Pathways as well. She's the secondary chair at the high school level, and we thank you for this opportunity to present our work to you this evening. So you can't see our presentation yet, but I'm just going to jump right in. We have been working on this for some time. Last year, the 2021-2022 school year, the social studies was ready to come before us and look for a curriculum adoption. And so what we asked them to do is kind of review and audit, where are they? Where are they with resources? Where they are with training? Where are they with curriculum? Where are they with test scores? And so they kind of took a deep dive to assess their needs. And that was kind of my transition into the assistant superintendent's office. So Dr. Patterson worked on the review, and they kind of passed it off to me. And one of the first things we did in the month of September was had a department leadership presentation where they shared with me from the 612 perspective where they thought they were and where they wanted to go. Where they wanted to go was with a pilot for Houghton Mifflin Harcourt. So we had that presentation in October. And then finally started the planning call and the planning preparations in November. If you recall, we had some technical difficulties about that time with the cyber attack, so that bumped us back a little bit. Pull up a chair, come on up. All right. So it's been a year-long process. So when we jumped into the pilot, we just didn't want to hand off resources and materials. That's not how it goes. So we did a lot of planning and preparations as we talked about our staff needs, our student needs, our interest in the process and the piloting that we wanted to embark upon. So with that, okay. Let's keep rolling. So in December, we had training for the piloting process. So again, HMH is a great partner, and they wanted to make sure we knew how to use these new tools and resources because they are not things that we've traditionally had. So that was in December. Can you go to the next slide, please? And one more? Okay, right there. So now we're in the month of January, and we followed up on that training again. So we had implementation training, and we had a follow-up to that. So basically, after you get in there and you're utilizing the resources, how's it going? So there was a lot of checking in on a month-to-month basis, not only at the building level, but at the district level as well. So we had a lot of discussion about things that our teachers liked, the things that the students were seeing, and then kind of always continuing to take the next step. And so in March, the district had a 612 social studies department professional development where our departments were again able to collaborate. What's working well over at Parkside, Forest Street, Jackson High, all of our different programs to have an opportunity to come together and talk about some of the things that are going well, some of the things that are confusing or tricky, and just really that collaboration time is important in taking on a piloting process such as this. In April, HMH pilot follow-up with continued professional development. So there's kind of a theme here. We're not just looking to purchase something, but we're trying to move in a direction that's going to better support our teachers and our students and our processes. And so I think there's a lot to learn. There's always a lot to learn, but this kind of just outlines that process, and we'll continue to do that as well. We came to our Board of Education, and they are also looking for teacher, student, and parent input. So we deployed surveys in the month of May, and we're going to share some of that information with you this evening. So our rationale is the last update for social studies curriculum was before 2010. The books in circulation were printed in 2005. We had kind of a joke in one of the department meetings that the Twin Tower situation was about 2 years old at that time, and so it was very fresh. And sometimes we encourage our kids to go to the resources, but sometimes we encourage them not to because they're so outdated. We're looking to update not only the textbook, but online resources that will allow our teachers to effectively teach the Michigan K-12 standards for social studies and ultimately have a direct impact on our assessments, both local and state assessments. This again will impact all students and all programs grades 6 through 12. I just want to give a shout out to our partner here in HMH. This is just an example of the level of onboarding. There's a lot of things in front of you here, and a lot of things were shared with our staff. There's great resources online, so it's not just when they're with you and here that they're coaching you and training you, but it's pretty much, I'd like to call it 24/7. So there's a lot of ways where our teachers continue to learn more about this platform. And I think the way that they stood out and our teachers can kind of speak to this themselves is the level of support and the level of partnership. And so whether it's how do I have digital and print copies, how do we engage our students a little bit better than we have historically. We have a great partnership with HMH. I have worked with them the past 7 years at middle school at Parkside because we use the platform through Read and Math 180. So we have some familiarity with the district and their services. Okay, so I'm gonna pause myself for a little bit and just have both teachers. So we have Mrs. Lori Smith from Jackson High School, and we have Mr. John Corkin. I'm gonna step back. They've got some PowerPoint, and they've shared a lot of information and collected from the rest of their department about the benefits they see of this new adoption. So Beth, you wanna get us started?
Okay. Thank you for having us here this evening and explaining what was going on. We started the process in 2021 when we kept looking at our books, and I'm like, wow, we're not even talking about Obama. We don't even have Trump in here yet. I mean, there's so many things that have happened in the last 12, 15 years. That was important, I think, that we need to talk about that. And then we just looked at the books and the condition they were in and what we were looking at, and things have changed. And then Michigan changed their curriculum as well. And so to adopt to that, to match them in line with them, this curriculum seems to work really well. What we really liked about it, just a couple things that jumped out at me right away, was social studies books always have key terms bolded. That's just a social studies thing. This book, though, bolds all the SAT words. So all the upper level words that are in the reading also have a definition with them. So you're getting two things at once. You're getting to see new words. And we all know that a higher vocabulary is a predictor for reading, how good your vocabulary is. Love that about the books. Also, the thing we liked about the book was the compatibility. Like, I could put it on Google Classroom. I can print it off for a student when I want to do Cornell notes. So I have both options available to me. So in the rooms of what we're looking forward to next year is having the hard copies of the books with the color and everything they need to see, but they're not going to leave the rooms. Those are not going to get signed out. So we're hoping to get a lot more time out of the books because the wear and tear of the kids moving them around all the time. They'll stay in the room, but then they have the option of the online. So if they're going to go home and do homework, they still can access everything without having to send that book home. And the third part of that, again, is the PDF. I got frustrated in the COVID years, and I said I was tired of teaching history by Google, and I wanted the kids to read the stories, but they were Googling everything. So I was like, how do I get them to read this again? So printing the PDFs, doing Cornell notes, talking to the text, working with those texts, I've seen a huge shift in the last 2 years by changing to that. This system facilitates that and allows us to do both things with that. The other piece I would talk to for the teachers as well is all these curriculum come with written materials already that come with them. Generally, there's a few things that you like, a few things that you don't like. This system allows you to edit them. You can take their hard copy, use the graphics that they have, change the questions, add things, build it the way you want to build it. And that's my favorite part about it because I'm always redoing them. I never like what they have. I don't like the canned material. So I like it though it's a base. And we have a lot of new teachers in our department this year as well. So that's really helpful for them to give them a base and somewhere to start with. I think those were the main things that I wanted to say about the text. I got to look at my notes real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. Two other things. The connections on this system. It's so easy to go to Google Classroom. It also hooks directly to History Channel. So for every unit, there's videos you can either watch in the class, you can send home, you can upload to an Ed Puzzle, you can create something with them, you have that. And the other piece for the high schoolers is the DBQs, which is what's called a document-based question. It's a very important technique. They use it in the SAT. It's an important analytical tool for reading, and they provide several sources. And that's always something we're always looking for is the sources. They're right there in front of us. So they're right there aligned to each unit that you're using. So I think those are the things I liked.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. K?
A couple things that we found at Parkside that we liked with the program was the way that students were able to, different level students were able to use the reading component. So if they're going to pull up a reading, there's the ability to click on a certain audio button where it will read the text to the students. Especially that, I think that's really favorable for our students that struggle with reading. It can go ahead and read to them. There's also a capability to have to highlight that reading, and it will go over each word, each sentence, each line, and it'll go through that, and it'll help with those students as well. There's also, as Beth said, the ability to click on certain words so that they can improve their vocabulary. I think that's really helpful for us at the middle school. There's also for those students that want to be challenged a little bit more. There's some enrichment ones to be able to challenge those students that are looking for a little bit more, or maybe that are reading at a higher pace than some of the others. So there's that capability as well. And being able to combat that with the Google Classroom, take bits and pieces of some of the either the chapters or some of the topics that we were covering, and incorporate that into, or modify that to fit what we were doing at the 8th grade level and 7th and 6th grade levels. I think that was just that was very beneficial, and I'd like to have some more opportunities to continue doing that. One of the other things that I like about this is that sadly, I think in the last 10 years that I've been at Parkside, there's been quite a bit of changeover with new teachers in our department. And a lot of times they're coming in and they don't have the materials that they need. This provides a lot for them, not only for them to use as a as a base to go and take a look at what they might need, but also gives them that freedom to be able to modify or change some things up to their liking as well.
That's a great point. I just wanted to reiterate because it was mentioned more than once at the high school as well. When a first-year teacher walks in, it's hard enough, right? And to not have resources to go out and have to do most of that lifting on your own is a challenge. And so to walk into resources like this is just fantastic. We're going to get into some student feedback, and one thing I couldn't help but think about what the students say. We want to learn about new stuff. We don't want to learn about old stuff, and that's history, right? But this platform is live, which means it's going to continue to be updated. So all the book will become obsolete and outdated again. But the digital platform is live, where if there's a new current event out there, they're constantly updating that so that we can share that in the classroom. Students love the History Channel, CNN 10, and current events. And so that was something that we heard through and through. And leaning back on that teacher portion, what do you do when you don't know what to do? There's a help button. So there's a help menu, there's a teacher question mark, and it's almost like that live chat opportunity with teachers can reach out for support kind of on demand. All right, so this is what our thought exchange looked like. This is from the teachers, and you've heard from the teachers this evening. You see some reoccurring themes like help, badly needed, resources, materials, curriculum, so on and so forth. And so I'm grateful for my teachers that are here today. Any more social studies teachers here in the house? I saw a hand or two. They're sprinkled out there. Thank you for being here and for your feedback. So we had 100% teacher participation in the pilot. So every social studies teacher was a part of the pilot process. Just additional feedback. We also surveyed our parents and students. So we had 556 participants, and they said, yes, we need new textbooks because we have been using old ones for several years, helping the kids learn better with new things. I like the old textbooks better, easy to find information. Again, it's that onboarding process of things being new and unfamiliar. So we know that'll get better over time. I believe we need new textbooks because we have used the same one for several years, and it's important for the students' learning and experiences. And I shared with you a little bit about current events. Our teachers shared with you about how this is going to impact their state level data, and social studies is doing pretty well. They're not too far behind the state average in SAT and other state assessments. So you've probably seen the proposal that we'd like to use ESSER 3 resources for this adoption, something that we haven't been able to afford in some time. And this is kind of a breakdown of the proposal. We're looking at an 8-year subscription, and when you look at like a 2 or 3 year subscription, there's more of a discounted rate, so more of a return on your investment on that 8-year process. So it just made sense to continue that out, knowing that those digital resources are going to continue to be updated and knowing that we're a one-to-one district when all students have access to devices. So this is going to be approximately 1,700 students because all sixth graders, seventh graders, eighth graders, ninth graders, 10th graders, and 11th graders are required to take social studies. So there's no 12th grade requirement, although we know many of our students do continue with 4 years of social studies. This is going to be a tremendous resource for new teachers, veteran teachers, and having supports for our teachers. They talked about a classroom set for every teacher and every subject. Some teachers teach more than one subject, and so they'll have a classroom set of those resources in the classroom, as well as there's a great function that print and digital resources are easy to copy off if they feel the need to do so. And then it's nice to have new things, right? But do they get put on the shelf? Do I know how to use it? I'm a first-year teacher, so it's that ongoing professional development and support that's going to continue for the next 2 years. So part of it is, how do you get started before school even starts? We want to have a plan to provide that professional development. What's this going to look like with implementation? Then there's going to be that ongoing follow-up and coaching. Our departments meet regularly, weekly, monthly as a department. We have professional development and coaching, and even looking ahead to the following year. What if someone retires? What if someone leaves and we have a new teacher? That support will continue down the road. So these are kind of some of our next steps of how we're planning. Of course, we need or seeking board approval, and then we'd like to move forward with a purchasing of this agreement. So again, we can do some onboarding for the upcoming school year. Part of that administrative role and curriculum role will be those classroom observations and see this in action, right? And how have we improved? How are we teaching better? How are students having a better experience in the classroom? And then we review again. So how did we do? So those are some of our next steps that we're looking forward to. And at this time, hopeful that you might have some questions or discussion for us.
I do. Thank you for your presentation today. Just a couple questions for you. The audio option that you mentioned, is that going to be available to all students?
It's available on every text. Yes.
Thank you. Another question for you. You mentioned that the parents and students in your survey, they identified the fact that we need new curriculum, with it being 10 years old. Were there any other questions that you asked them regarding the user friendliness of the material? Since we've been piloting for a couple years, were there any answers to that?
So
Or the questions, I guess, to that?
Yeah. We were not able to differentiate because of how we asked the questions in the survey, which ones came from the students and which ones came from the parents.
Sorry, that's not my question.
Okay.
I apologize.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you asked them the question, do we need new curriculum? And they all answered almost unanimously, yes. I'm wondering if you asked any questions around the user friendliness of the curriculum. We've been piloting this for, I think it's a couple years, you said. I'm wondering if, when parents took it home, when students took it home and they had to help them with it, what was their responses? Did we ask questions about that, and what were their responses?
Okay, just to clarify, we haven't been piloting for the past 2 years. We've been reviewing. So last year was a review, and we really started to pilot. The students and the parents would have probably saw this come home in January, because by the time we learned what we were doing as instructors, then it was kind of shared with the students and then again from the parents. So I can speak to like prior to, not specific to this survey, but other sharing from parents is when the students are one-to-one and they're bringing their devices home and they're doing the work, this is an opportunity that a lot of parents have been able to see how their child is learning. And the other part is how they engage with their teachers on, is my child being successful? Does my child have missing absences? Teacher call, that regular teacher to student feedback. Parents, I don't know if our teachers have any other feedback that they can recall specific to how parents, sometimes parents are like, I don't know what you're teaching. That was some feedback. And so I trust that, you've got this, because sometimes they're confused as well. And it's newer for our parents right now because it's new for us. So I think over time, we will continue to get more feedback on that as we have more interactions with our parents and face-to-face or maybe surveys too.
So what does the review mean? What did that mean? I thought they told us last month that they were piloting it for 2 years.
Yeah, so the review is kind of like an audit, an internal audit. So what do we have? We have old books. what do we need? Okay, we need something that matches the updated curriculum. And so that was kind of an internal audit of what do we have and what do we need and how is this going to impact our outcomes? And so then we found a partner, an HMH, and we also looked at another company called McGraw-Hill and determined that this was going to best meet the vast instructional areas that we teach. Another area that got brought up was like culturally responsive teaching, and we felt like we teach African American history here at the high school, and they had those resources as well. We want to continue on some different areas, and we felt like HMH was most supportive in those areas.
Thank you. So the only question that we asked on the survey, was it just if we need new material? Is that what the question that we asked our parents and
Yeah,
students?
Chris helped us generate those surveys, and so she has that information.
you.
Thank you.
And we talked about the review, just to say, we looked at probably 8 different textbooks. I started contacting publishers in early 2021 and started getting different resources in and started sifting through, narrowed it down to the 2, and that's when we were Parkside on, and they liked the 2 that we had picked. So that was how we reviewed.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Mr. Patterson or any of the team at this time?
I think she wanted me to answer what
Oh. Yes,
questions
please.
were
Thank you.
asked. So
Thank you, Chris.
this was in the thought exchange that I had sent. So the first question is, are you aware, or have you seen the print materials and digital, or have you seen the print materials or digital platform? Is the program helping your child to engage with current events? Have you found any of the curriculum to be culturally responsive so your child sees himself or culture in the materials present? How much time does your child spend working on school from home per week? So those are the questions that we asked. And the introduction was just that we are piloting this program and we're interested in their thoughts about it. So those are the questions that we asked, which was basically the same as what we asked in our elementary as well.
Thank you. That first question sounds like you said, we're piloting this program and we're interested in your thoughts. Is that an opportunity for them to answer without, so the other questions might be like a, yes, no, whatever. Is that like where they can freeform, right?
No, when we did this, it was to answer the questions yes or no. And let me just pull it up here 1 second. Yeah, they were all yes or no questions.
It would be nice in the future when we're doing our surveys that we, give parents an opportunity to answer like a user. And clearly, we're not going to be reviewing curriculum for another probably 10 years, you know what I mean? So, but in just our surveys in general, it might be a good idea to allow parents to, answer that user-friendly question, because I just didn't hear, how
Yeah, but let
easy
me
is
just
this?
correct that though, but that's
Okay.
my mistake. We did this as a thought exchange. So as they're answering questions, they share thoughts. So that's where all those thoughts came from. So in this type of survey, when we do a thought exchange, it doesn't simply give you a paragraph. You share your thoughts about each question. In our end of the year surveys, we leave open-ended answers for you to answer in paragraphs on certain questions, right? So there's opportunity to share. And even in those surveys, we say at the beginning, you'll have ample opportunity to share your survey. So when we do the thought exchange, it's more like each question then initiates thoughts between people and they share those thoughts. So there is an opportunity to share more than yes or no. So sorry about that. That was a little unclear.
Thank you.
And this is a visual example of what that looks like.
Madam Chair. Mr. Patterson, you said that the last time the textbooks were updated was 2005?
10.
10, okay.
But the books are dated 2005. That's when they were printed.
I want to thank you very much. I really appreciate you going to the extra effort and being patient to wait this extra month. I really, really appreciate that.
Are there any more questions for the committee or for the group while they're here? Marilyn, did you have anything?
I just wanted to thank you. I really appreciate your explanation. It makes a really good sense. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate having you here tonight. All right. Up next, Julie Baker has brought a team to share with us the K-5 ELA curriculum presentation. Ms. Baker, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Can I please think that we're going to have to pass on through to use the mic. Okay. Right in the middle here. Good evening. All of our instructional coaches from all of our K-5 buildings are here. They were instrumental in this process, and they are going to be doing the majority of the presentation tonight. I'm going to let them introduce themselves as we go through. They are a fabulous group of teachers and professionals, and yes. And so I'm going to let them share, I'm going to let them shine tonight and show you the work that they've done, along with other teachers that volunteered to pilot with us. So these are the coaches that you'll be hearing from tonight, with a combined 219 years of experience in education, with numerous degrees and specialties. And we're very, very fortunate to employ them.
I'm Barb Holsey. I am the upper elementary coach over at Northeast. Okay, so it's my job to kind of explain our process while we were piloting, and this is like 2 years in the making. We went through probably 8 to 10 publishers when we initially looked at it last year. There were 4 in particular. We had the publisher presenters come and give us a quick overview of what their program was designed for. Once we heard from them, we had questions. There were several questions at the initial start of it that we were looking for as a group. Some of those, just to kind of name a few, was it culturally relevant? Did it have an online platform? Did it have things that supported special ed, supported our EL population? Did it have a good, strong foundational skills program? That kind of thing. So once we kind of narrowed the first 4 for the first year down to 2, which at that time it was F&P Classroom and MyView through Savas, which was a continuation of the program we already had. Once we had that, we had to select teachers from across the district. We wound up with 20 to 24 over the course of the 2 years to help pilot. We had at least 2 in every grade level, K through 5, to pilot the programs, on both sides, the 2 that we chose. Once we were there, they were allowed to view the materials, go through the materials in person with the presenters. And then once they were done, they piloted from probably about October until February. Along the way, they were given opportunities with the publishers on monthly Zooms to ask any questions, answers, to clarify things while they were doing the pilot. Then after that, come February, we gave out a survey with, I think the first year we actually did it over Zoom, just kind of did a survey with the teachers asking what they thought of the materials. Do they feel that it would be an appropriate purchase for if we had to purchase it right then. Those 2 that first year just did not meet our needs according to what the teachers were telling us. So again, we started this whole process over again the next year, and we just wound up choosing 2 again. So we chose Wonders and we chose Open Court. We felt, just kind of looking at some of the research that we were seeing, we saw that our kids were lacking in foundational skills, which is usually taught K2, but looking at the data, 3-5, they were still lacking in those skills. So we wanted something that had strong foundational teaching program, and those were the two we looked at, and then we did the whole thing over, question and answer monthly with the publishers. Then we set up another survey with the teachers. They voted on it. The last question on the survey that we asked, would you feel comfortable adopting this curriculum? Between the two, we had the most votes yes for open court reading. Then once we were done with that, all the coaches voted as well, and we chose open court because we felt it met the needs of our students as they are now. So with that, we wanted to present just a little video of open court to kind of give you an idea of what it's about. Next slide. Can I get any louder?
Lead the way to literacy success.
Open court reading. I can give you one, but not the other, it looks like.
It gives you a blueprint for success that supports systematic teaching and learning and reaches every learner in your class. Every aspect of open court reading is designed to ensure literacy. It's a blueprint for success, built, validate, search, and efficacy. We're the partner by your side, working toward your goals, giving you all the right tools at just the right time. With open court reading, the results are clear, and systematic teaching helps you achieve them. Every day, open court reading students learn foundational skills, engage in reading and responding, and become more proficient in language arts. Foundational skills teaches the encoding and decoding of the English language. Students develop sound-to-letter recognition using colorful sound spelling cards to relate sounds to actions. These skills build on each other. They are reinforced and practiced through the reading of decodable books that pull together sounds, word analysis, and fluency skills. Each unit is based around a theme students explore as they move through the lessons. Unit themes expose students to new ideas, inform inquiry that drives curiosity and research, and acquire background knowledge for the theme. Students use a concept question board to organize, research, and synthesize ideas as they apply comprehension skills and vocabulary they've learned by accessing complex text. Writing instruction in open court reading includes the skills and practice students need to write well in a range of genres. Formal and informal assessments help teachers ensure success. They make it easier to diagnose and differentiate to reach every type of learner. There's embedded daily instruction for intervention students and English learners. Additional support tools target students at every proficiency level to reach all learners. Teach with passion. Learn with delight. That's what you want for your classroom. The power to achieve it is in your hands. Lead the way to literacy success with open court reading.
I will let my partners over there continue with the presentation.
Hello.
Hello.
Effective teaching is culturally responsive. How does culturally responsive teaching fit into an elementary classroom? Culturally responsive teaching means using students' customs, characteristics, experiences, and perspectives as tools for better classroom instruction. It's the kind of teaching that helps all students see themselves and their communities as belonging in schools and other academic spaces, which leads to more engagement and success in and out of the classroom. How does culturally responsive instruction show up in the classroom? Effective teaching is culturally responsive. Researchers at the Comprehensive Center for Teacher Quality concluded that being an effective teacher means more than providing subject matter or focusing on one measure of student achievement. They found that cultural responsiveness is integral to the essence of effective teaching and described 5 qualities that distinguished effective teachers. Effective teachers hold high expectations for all students and help all students learn. Effective teachers contribute to positive academic, attitudinal, and social outcomes for students. Effective teachers use diverse resources. Effective teachers contribute to the development of classrooms and schools that value diversity. Effective teachers collaborate with colleagues, administrators, parents, and educational professionals to ensure student success. How does Open Court support a balanced literacy approach that embraces diversity? So glad you asked. The big books, first readers, and student anthologies have a variety of culturally and linguistically balanced features. Illustrations are bright and vibrant and represent a variety of ethnicities, genders, and experiences. Part of our role as instructional coaches is to facilitate ongoing training for teachers based on best practice. Please know that cultural relevance was a focus of our pilot team, and we are committed and already planning future training to address it because we agree that being responsive to the needs of all of our students is the essence of effective teaching.
Good evening. Right here, you can see some of the texts that are included in the Open Court reading series. Many are familiar texts to all of us. The teachers, the experts ensured and made it a priority to select a series that had a diverse set of stories. Selections were chosen based on the following: state standards, themes, genre, readability, content, and quality. Next, these texts were narrowed down by cultures, ethnicities, ages, genders, and persons with disabilities. Once the stories were selected, they were ran through a rigorous process of research and testing to get the comprehensive list that you see here of fiction, nonfiction, and poetry books used in Open Court. Open Court is committed to providing a plethora of training for instructional staff to effectively immerse students in a diverse and rich learning experience filled with literacy-rich content.
Why, hello again. So the feedback we got from our teachers after the first year of piloting, too short for that, was that they asked us the question, what about the students in 3rd grade that don't have those foundational skills? That was the biggest need that they identified with us. So when we went back to the drawing board, that was number 1 on our priority list. And these were some of the things they wanted us to think about when we were choosing our next pilot. They wanted explicit systemic instruction that included whole class and small group that occurs across all grade levels with all students. And they wanted an appropriate scope and sequence. One of the series that we started with was teaching blends in the first month of kindergarten, which anyone that has ever been a kindergarten teacher knows that that's just not appropriate for a scope and sequence of teaching and instruction. And they wanted daily practice with those skills built in. So anyone that's ever visited Shark Park knows that we're big on systems and routines that are effective with our students. So when we went back to the drawing board, we found Open Court reading. Matt brought us this, and I just remember telling him that the phonics in this, and as a person with an early childhood degree, was really it was my spirit animal. I loved it. So Julie, if you can go to the next slide. Some of the things that they explicitly teach in K-3 are phonological and phonemic awareness, phonics and decoding, fluency, vocabulary comprehension, and word analysis, built into the routines of instruction every day. If you know anything about a young learner, you know that they don't begin with those letter sound symbols. They begin by understanding language as sound. So the rhythm in language. They learn language through listening to sounds and manipulating sounds, understanding that when they hear words, words rhyme. They understand that words are made up of sounds, and they learn to manipulate those sounds and words. Hear the sound mat. Now say mat. Change the to b. What do you have now? Those are all things that are very important to explicitly teach to our K-1 students. Those are phonological and phonemic awareness skills. They're taught in a routine every day in this system, in this program. And if you notice my big arrows, red arrows, pointing to the dog, that's an example of a way you would teach a child some of those phonemic awareness skills. Without the letters, you'd give them the picture of the dog and you'd say, all right, slide up those chips. Listen, dog, dog, how many sounds do you hear in that word? Those are skills that we know when children are not reading at the end of first grade, there are some gaps. So not only does this provide explicit instruction daily in phonological and phonemic awareness for students in Tier 1, you have intervention for students that aren't learning those skills and need Tier 2 and Tier 3 instruction. That was really important to me.
Okay, so even to further address that, Open Court really builds on our foundational skills. So Jen spoke a little bit about phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, and then it even goes even further to address our phonics. Phonics is matching the sounds to symbols or letters. So in each classroom, there will be a sound wall that you see up on the slide, and then teachers will be able to use these cards to practice these skills every day. And on this card, it's going to give you all the sounds that you would hear. So for example, for W, you hear wah, and you hear your digraph, WH, wah. The goal of phonics instruction is to help children better understand that letters represent sounds and there's a systematic relationship between those letters and sounds. Building a strong foundation of letter patterns will help children encode words, which like Jen talked about, building words, and then decode words, which we noticed is a skill that our students were lacking when we were reviewing this. And so now we really need to work on that. Not only building words, but can they read books that have decodable text in them? So can they break down words, break words apart? That's going to help them build their fluency and read with more accuracy. So that was a huge bonus of this program. Also on this slide, Open Court comes with decodable readers that our students can use in their small groups. And also it comes with core decodable take-homes. So there are actual books that they can rip out and take home. There's little foldable books for them to practice their skills at home as well, which is a great connection from school to home. So we were really happy about that. It also came with already prepared phonics assessments so that we can address those skills and do progress monitoring right in class and keep on track with what skills they need.
And another cool thing about those cards is they're not only a visual for the students, there's a rhyme, a poem that goes with them, so they're kinesthetic. They're moving, they're associating it with language, and then there's a visual picture to go along with all of the sounds in the words as you're teaching them.
Thank you.
Okay, another important aspect in this reading series that we found was the way it looked at fluency. We are, within Open Court, we are constantly seeing opportunities for regular fluency practice. Fluency is the ability to read with speed, accuracy, and proper expression. In order to understand what they read, children must be able to read fluently, whether they are reading aloud or silently. When reading aloud, fluent readers read in phrases and add intonation appropriately.
Two other really important areas are comprehension and vocabulary. Strategy instruction is most effective when it's taught in the context of actual reading. This direct style of instruction should involve explaining the strategy as well as demonstrating how and when to use it. Open Court teaches these critical comprehension strategies and integrates these strategies into learning so that students can apply them to new text. In vocabulary, there's a strong relationship between vocabulary and reading comprehension. Knowing a word well requires understanding multiple meanings, knowing its different functions, and being able to connect words with related words. In Open Court, there is vocabulary practice throughout each lesson, providing opportunities for students to discuss definitions and better understand the meaning of new words.
And as we've heard, the common theme is that a lot of this is done K-3. And so with Open Court, they also make sure that 4 and 5 have a kit that is taught daily for word analysis, which is when we break down our words so that we can understand the meaning of them better, so we have better vocabulary. So in these kits, they include context clues, figuring out the different multiple meanings of words, the root words, prefixes, things that we think of when we are teaching, again, K-3, but now if there's gaps in their learning, we're hitting them with 4th grade and 5th grade kit.
So another important part of Open Court Reading is the digital platform that it provides for students and teachers. Teachers can get on and they can go through anthologies, they can assign activities and games to students to help them, especially with these foundational skills that our students are lacking. The teachers raved about the platform, being able to get on there with their students and to keep them engaged. It works well with the smart boards, iPads and Chromebooks, which is so nice. Our district has one-to-one technology for the students. So it's a great piece for teachers to be able to assign things to the children to work on, and it can be tailored right to their level. We do have a couple of teachers that unfortunately couldn't be here tonight, but they were gracious enough to make a video, and it's just a little short clip just kind of highlighting some of the features of Open Court's digital platform. And this is Carrie Duval and Alexis Harbottle, both from Northeast Elementary.
Hi, I'm Carrie Duval, 2nd grade teacher at Northeast. And I'm Alexis Harbottle, and I teach 1st grade here at Northeast. And this year we have piloted Open Court, both of us have. And we are going to show you a little bit of the online component that we both love very much. This is, Open Court gives you the option to do like a daily view of what you're gonna do for that day. So for this is Unit 4, Lesson 2, Day 4, it breaks it down very good for you. You're able to see the story, you're able to see the workbook pages that are gonna go with the lesson for today. It also has games for students to do, as well as, and I'm gonna click on this one, but as well as does a very good job of hitting foundational skills, phonics, especially in the 1st grade. And this is the 2nd grade one actually, but you're able to, and it, here, let me turn it up. It actually gives you the sounds. Students are able to come up here and do this whole group with you. I mean, you could use this even in a small group setting if you wanted to, and you can go to the next. Obviously, they're working on the long O and the U sound with the EW. You also can pull up the whole group story for the week. And I've noticed that sometimes there's even 2 stories, fictional and nonfiction for the week. Give us a minute to load. This is, gives the genre, the question for the week, and you're able to go and listen to the story if you want to listen to it whole group. All of this is also able to be sent to kids on their iPads as well. And I'm going to pull up one of the worksheets for this week, and it looks like this lesson is about collective nouns. And with using the smart board, which is another thing that we got this year that we absolutely love, you're able to
you're able to write on the worksheet. So this is a big deal for first grade, you know, where I'm able to guide them through our lessons, guide them through spelling words, phonics, and they're able to, you know, we sit all together on the carpet and they're able to copy down in their own workbooks. And I love to call kids up here and they love the idea of writing on the smartboard. So that's been a good tool.
So I kind of stopped it. It was a little long. It was about 5 or 6 minutes. Afterwards, Carrie Duvall got on and talked about how she's able to assign activities to the children. It kind of was a little cumbersome getting it to come up, but basically the skills that they can, you know, customize for their kids to send to those iPads if they're having trouble. You know, they know exactly, you know, if they need more vocabulary, they're going to assign vocabulary to those children. If they need more help with their fluency and comprehension, they can assign things there. Also, they can use it in small groups. So it's been a wonderful resource for them, and at the end, they really raved about it and talked about how much they love it and how the kids really like it and how engaged they are using the digital platform with OpenCourt.
Sorry, Julie, can we ask, are we able to say anything to the teachers yet or no? I'd like to ask them a question.
I don't think they're going anywhere. Let's, if you don't mind.
Okay, I thought you all were leaving. That's us, I'm leaving. Okay.
Awesome. Well, first, thanks for having us today. You know, when we talked to Julie, she said one thing that was important was some of the questions that came up last time around. Hey, where's the success coming from this? You know, why is it proven? And so that's one of the things that we wanted to talk about. So we're going to introduce, in the Cliff Notes version, 2 different case studies and then a letter from a superintendent. And all of these situations are a little different to help you see a little bit of your district in each one of these. Now, we didn't kill a bunch of trees and bring them, but if you would like access to the full case study, let us know. We'll be happy to send them over to Julie. She'll be able to share them with you. So the first one is from a place called Cypress School District in California. It's one of consistently the top schools in Orange County, and they've been using OpenCourt for 30 years, right? Julie, can you hit? So what they're seen as then is a destination. They're looked at as one of the exceptional school districts within their county. Julie, if you can go forward. And one of the reasons why is it's because of this. They know without a doubt that through the use of OpenCourt, every single one of their first grade students are going to be able to read by the end of that year. Right? One of our specialists that comes in as a trainer was a teacher at LA Unified. So having a diverse background of students, at least 2/3 of her class, was not going home to English as their first language. She had the same thing to say. Every year, every time, every student was able to read by the end of the year or when they left her class. Julie, thank you. And so why? How does it happen? Because it provides, as you heard, a lot of opportunities for structure, right? And it's not for just our students who are going to have access to that. It's for all students. Students who have diverse backgrounds, students who have a special or a learning need are going to have access as well because of things like the foundational skills. Different case, Bradley County in Tennessee. In this one, 10 of the 11 elementary buildings, Title I buildings. But in this one, 48% of their students in 3rd grade are reading proficiently. So they're doing well, right? Why did they want to change? What are they looking for? Consistency. That's what we heard today. We want something where our teachers are going to have common routines, where they're going to go from one classroom to the next and build upon the coherence of a program, where they're going to be able to use the foundational skills, have the rigor, and knowing that that's going to be the key to their student success. So what did they find? After their first year of implementation, they did grades K, 1, 2. And they found exceptional gains for each one of those grades. And when they looked back at their data, the only grade level that didn't improve was 3rd grade. And that was a grade where they were not using OpenCourt. So 48% of their students were already proficient. It'd be exciting to know what happens, right, for them once those students, especially those case students, actually reach 3rd grade. Last one, this is a letter that we have from a superintendent. And this situation is from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. And in this one, 88% of their students are eligible for free or reduced lunch. 1 in only 5 students are actually going to be performing proficient on their state assessment. So they're in a pretty dire situation. And their critical goal was finding something that's going to support their students, to provide clear structure, that's going to focus on teaching and learning. And as a district, they have many new teachers, so this was going to be imperative. So they wanted to focus on these main things, right? Explicit teaching, rich literature, diverse stories, emphasis on writing, high standards. And this is directly from the superintendent. Open Court had all of the above. I think that's a pretty powerful statement. And like we heard, they loved what was in the scope of what was taught on a daily basis. Going back to Cypress, which was the very first one, their superintendent, right, got pushed to change over the years. 30 years, it's a long time to stay with one program. You know, and ideologies change over those 30 years, right? And why did he say he's stuck? Bottom line, our students are reading. Open Court reading works. Those are a few things that we thought would just be a really great example of districts that have different backgrounds, some that have been using it for longevity, others who are reading well, but they're seeing what's coming down the pipe. Brand new teachers, lots of turnover, and then the last one, potential state takeover. And they all have a similar result in terms of what they're looking for. We'll sit back here. Thank you.
So we held an open court open house on May 3rd, and we invited parents and parents and teachers and our board members to that. And at that, we collected feedback. And then we also did the thought exchanges with the questions that the Christianetti read off to us, and collected that information. And from that, this is what we got. From students, these are some of I just took clips from some of the things that they said. They talked about it having good and fun stories, some plays that they can do well. And it says that the programs are important to them because if anybody struggles reading, they can read the stories and get better. And so those are some of the comments that came from students, from teachers. These are some of the things that came from, can you go to the next slide for me? Thank you. It talked again about those really important foundational skills that, I hate to say the word, but after COVID, that's what we found, is that we had these 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade students that they have holes, they have gaps in their learning, and we really needed something that was really going to target that for those students and then for our students going forward, because we want to continue to improve for their benefit. And so they talked about that phonemic awareness. We had very limited response to our survey, and we had a parent come to the open court open house, but that parent left some feedback for us. I think it will be a very good thing for the kids. I love the variety of books, and I think that we've seen good things. We haven't had parents that were unhappy with it. Our students really seem to benefit from it. They liked the supports that they saw there. So that's the end of our presentation tonight. We thank you for your attention. We would appreciate your support and your help to ensure that our students have the materials and the training that they need in order to be ready, that our teachers are ready to address the many needs that our students have when fall rolls around. And I'd like to invite the wonderful team back up to the front for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
So I'm going to call for questions at this time, and I'm going to hog it and say one thing first. I'm an English teacher through and through. I taught here forever. I still teach at the college, writing, and I am thrilled with that approach to the little people. My husband went through school in Traverse City during a period of time when phonics was banned, no phonics. And he'll write, and I'll say to him, "Where do you hear a T in that word?" He'll say, "What do you mean hear a T?" Not a clue. So I am thrilled that you went to the extent you did to vet these programs, and I'm very excited for my little grandchildren to go through them. Thank you. Derek?
I appreciate Lee and Matt coming out tonight to talk about the product, but for me, the bread and butter is in the teachers and the coaches' opinions on all of this stuff. Look forward to voting in support of all of this later this evening. And I'll also say that I've helped to run a city, and I've toured through some of the elementary schools in the past week or so. And I said this to the principals and some of the teachers I met, and I'll say it to you tonight. You guys have a lot harder of a job than like running a city. And I appreciate the work that you do each and every day in an incredibly fluid, ever-changing dynamic. I am thoroughly impressed with the work that you do and the presentation that you gave tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Marilyn?
So being one of those parents that actually did read the annual education report and campaigning on the 3 R's, I love, love, love this. Because again, I'm 66 and they did get away from phonics. And a lot of people didn't learn to read. So I am in total support and thank you for the hard work.
Keisha?
So I'll have to echo a little bit what Derek Doby's mentioned as far as appreciating the gentleman and young lady from McGraw-Hill coming, but the bread and butter being you all being here. So thank you very much. Your all's presentation was incredibly thorough, gave lots of information, answered all my questions. Seems like somebody might have been looking at the board meeting last time and wrote down all the questions I had and made sure that they all were answered. So thank you, because I really appreciate it. Right, right, because I'm pretty thorough. But I also want to let you all know that my questions had nothing to do with your intelligence or your expertise as teachers. It had everything to do with my role as a board member. And sometimes our community, I don't think we always know what the role of a board member is, but the Michigan Legislature, as well as MASB.org, which is we base our roles and responsibilities from the Michigan Legislature, it says to board members that our roles and responsibility is to evaluate and assess curriculum. Not only am I a board member, I'm also a parent of students here at JPS. I'm an involved parent, a concerned parent. I used to be a homeschool teacher as well. So curriculum study and research and et cetera are things that I actually did. So I want you just to know that you all were not my question. Your expertise, your perspective, your recommendation, that was not my concern at any point and never has been. It never will be, just so you know. Because I know and I believe that you all are qualified and capable and here to do what we need our students to do, and you're doing an amazing job with it. But this board should have been given this presentation, and this is not on you at all. This board should have been given this presentation months before we were presented with a $900,000 approval. So just so you know, I'm definitely voting in favor of this. That was never my concern. But I want you to know as well, it's just important to me that my constituents, as well as you all know, that my concern is not your expertise or your intelligence. It is just fulfilling my role as a board member. And like I said, it wasn't your fault that this presentation wasn't given to us sooner. So thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions, comments?
I just had a comment. It's unfortunate that it was delayed from last month's meeting. But thank you very much for your presentation. It was great. And you guys are the experts in the classroom. So thank you for your hard work.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you very much to all of the staff who are here tonight and all of the staff who participated in the presentations. It is greatly appreciated. Chris, very brief, if you would, believe the hype, and then we'll get moving in the meeting.
So that was cool. First of all, I would like to extend a very big thank you to everybody in the room and all of our teachers and administrators and learning coaches who came tonight. You guys are the reason that we get up every day and that our kids do succeed. And it was an extremely great presentation by both secondary and elementary, and we really appreciate it. So thank you very much. I know it takes a lot of your time to come here. And you look beautiful in red. I don't want to go too long because obviously you guys have listened to a lot of presentations. I just want to remind everybody that this is literally the busiest month in education and that there is so much going on from young fives to our seniors. And we, in addition to all that's going on at the high school, there are so many cool events happening at the elementary level. I encourage you to come to our field days. I encourage you to come to all the events that are happening. There are some neat walkthroughs with the graduates when they walk through the elementary buildings and the middle school, which are so cool. So you can find all that information as long as you're following all of our social media pages. We post everything. There's newsletters home, so don't miss anything because this is one of the busiest times for teachers and administrators, so don't ask them any other questions. But it is one of the most fun times to see what a year's worth of work and joy comes out. So I'm just going to say that, and like I said, our surveys are still going on, so you can still take advantage of that, but they do close at the end of this week, and then we'll be moving on from there. So I just encourage you to attend the events. We've got a lot of great things happening, and I am always proud to be a Viking.
Going to vote on the consent agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved. Second? Do we have a second?
Yes.
Yes,
Support.
Derek. Any discussion on the agenda itself? No? Okay, then let's go ahead with a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Before we move into the citizens requesting to address the board, I wanted to say a couple things. First, I hope you guys all did your little forms. What we're asking at this point is that when you come in, and you don't have to come in right when the play starts, because quite often you have other things to do, since most of us have children at home and dogs. This is what you need to fill out, and you need to fill out what your agenda item is. And if you don't have an agenda item, I'm going to be a little bit careful about what you're going to bring up. So I will read those. And on the back, this is what has been in our board policy, and we have adopted it a few years ago. So please look at that so you know what we're doing and why. The other thing is I'm going to continue with the calling 2 people at a time, so you kind of know where you're coming and where you're at. And at this point, we have 8 people who have turned something in. So we're still under the 10, so we're still on 5 minutes apiece. Only when we get over 10, we're going to cut back to 3, so we can get out of here before midnight again. Okay, let's start our public comments with Jeffrey Lowe's, then Lisa Rando.
Good evening.
Evening.
You all know who I am, and while you don't always see me at these meetings, I do always see them, and I do visit when I feel that something needs to be said. Today I'm asking some of our board members to ask yourselves, when a teacher is considering applying to Jackson Public Schools, or a parent or guardian is considering sending their student to JPS, when they watch a school board meeting, what do they see? Do they see complaining or cooperation? Do they hear shouting or solutions? Do they hear rhetoric or see results? In speaking with people inside and outside the district, the common theme often is, what's going on? I have spoken to other union presidents that ask me if one of their current members should consider applying to Jackson Public Schools. I've had young teachers ask me if I think they should stay at JPS. I've had educators both in and out of the district ask me about the amount of vitriol they sometimes hear. I have had people ask me if the board meetings are always like that. And most concerning, people see these board meetings, they hear about these board meetings, and they ask, how much of YouTube is what ends up in our classrooms? I could go on, but there are things that happen at some of these meetings that are not making JPS look very good. It's not right, it's not productive, and it's not fair to the staff and the students that we all serve. If you look around this room, most of the people behind me in red are teachers. They deserve for every aspect of JPS from top to bottom to encourage, support, and positively represent the hard work they do. That doesn't mean we can't ask questions or debate or suggest or discuss or even disagree. I've had great conversations with most of the school board members. We might not always agree, but they're still great conversations because how we have them is just as important as the topic. So, to anyone watching this board meeting, inside or out, please know that some of the things you have seen are not JPS. It's not what happens in our classrooms and our schools. JPS is, and I hope always will be, a great place to teach and learn. We just need some folks in this room to commit to working together to be a positive example of JPS, not the exception. I hope that each of our board members is here to do well by our students and teachers, but that's just not something that's going to happen if we can't all do just as well by each other. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Lisa Rando and then Danielle Newbound. Hi. There you go.
Thank you. I'm Lisa Rando. I'm a veteran of Jackson Public Schools for the last 24 years. I'm a district resident and I'm a mom of 2 Jackson High grads. I'm happy to see a more positive turn towards approving, hopefully, our K-5 ELA curriculum. So that makes most of what I wrote down null and void. However, a couple of things to think about. I implore you to think when our materials are as outdated as some of ours, and you've heard about the dates. I think my oldest was a senior when we purchased, and she graduated in 2011. To think about the professionals in the district have to supplement and look for outside resources, which requires a lot of time and sometimes money. I think that's something that is missing in the dialogue. I appreciate all of the board members that responded to my email with my questions and concerns. And I also would like you to realize that every day we are working to do what is best for kids, and that's why we ask for updated materials. Thanks.
Thank you. Danielle and then Jennifer Bidinger.
Is that good? You guys hear me? I have a loud teacher voice. I'm sorry. All right. Hi, I'm Danielle Newbound. I am actually the EI teacher here at Jackson High School, and I also am the senior class advisor and a whole bunch of other things that I just end up doing because I love my job. The last several months, I have as well been watching these school board meetings, and all I see is a lot of squabbling sometimes amongst yourselves. I also see a lot of community members coming and they're complaining and criticizing the school and what's going on, and they're referencing reports that we have no idea as educators where they're coming from, and it's really rather concerning, especially as someone who is directly working with students who are helping generate numbers for these supposed reports. So one of the things that I want to address is like the support of teachers lately, and teachers do a lot. And the public comment during the last several board meetings have really been not focused on students or what's going on here at Jackson Public. It has been a parade of individual community members to talk up one specific school board member instead of being concerned about the issues that are, or the positive happenings that are going on at our schools. There are teachers daily who are helping kids through unimaginable situations. And all of you would probably cry at a situation if you heard on a daily basis what's we're dealing with. We have helped students through deaths, births, and major life changes this year. We have held them as they cried at the loss of a teacher and a peer, and we have cheered them on as they pass a class that they need for graduation. At Jackson High School alone, we have so much that's happening. Prom was at the beginning of this month, and it was amazing. We had 368 kids attend, and they had a great time. Okay, we just had our DECA team go to Orlando, Florida to compete in international DECA competition. That's amazing. We currently have every single senior from Jackson High and Jackson Pathway has been adopted by a community member where they are getting a basket of some goods that can go to those seniors as they get ready to go onto that journey. These are things that should be talked about and celebrated. The community really needs to know that the media spectacle that is being constructed at this school board meeting is not an accurate representation of the wonderful, amazing things that are happening within our district. Teachers love their jobs, but we have a nationwide teacher shortage, and it's here in Jackson Public as well. That shortage is not because of teachers hating the students, and it's not because they don't love their jobs. It's because of situations like this. I'm here tonight to ask you to pass curriculum. How sad is that? You guys, they told you the teachers wanted it. Just pass it. And your intent may not have been to question the professionalism of teachers, but that's the way it was took. And that's the problem. Teachers are not viewed as professionals because everyone's had a teacher, so therefore they think they are a teacher. It takes a lot to be a teacher. There's so many intricacies in it. And if you don't understand the intricacies, that's okay. What's not okay is not asking for clarification from those individuals. So if there's questions or concerns about the specifics of curriculum and everything like that, I encourage the school board to start coming into the schools. And we don't mean just come in for a quick visit or a tour. Go into those classrooms that are piloting the curriculum. See how it is. Please, come work a lunch duty. Kindergarten through 12th grade, work lunch duty. We need help, always.
That's true.
We would love to see that the school board members start using their social media accounts to help promote the positive things that are happening at JPS. Encourage the things that are going on with parent-teacher conferences when they're happening. If your kid is sick, please call the attendance line and let the school know so we're not wondering where you are. Because that's a big issue we're having is truancy, which is just the kids aren't coming to school and we don't know where they are. And it became very, very prevalent during COVID. And if you have not been a teacher in the last 4 years, it's really hard to compare what it is like to be a teacher right now, because it's hard. No one learned anything, and we did the best we can with what we had. So, getting back on topic, please make sure to come to all the senior events as the senior class advisor. There's a ton going on. You know, we have baccalaureate that's at next Wednesday at 6 p.m. at Kingdom Life Ministries. We got honors convocation here at the auditorium at 6 p.m. And then, of course, the big day at 1 p.m. is the SCMV and Pathways commencement here in the auditorium. And then at the football field at 6 p.m. at Withington Stadium is when we will have the Jackson High one. So I look forward to seeing you all there. If you're able to make it to an elementary school between the times of 8:30 to, I think we hit Montessori supposedly around 11:15 for the elementary walkthrough next Tuesday. These are all very approximate times. We do the best we can with what we have. We will be going through. And if you're looking for more ideas in the future on how you can help and be more involved as school board members, again, please come work lunch duty. Everybody needs help at lunch. You can volunteer to chaperone at dances. I know we always need chaperones. As someone who runs a dance, we need it. So thank you so much. And just come and experience the joy of seeing students being happy.
Thank you for your time and your detail. Jennifer Bittinger, and then Shantana. Mila? Did I kill that, or is that okay? Okay. There you go. Shantana. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, there we go. It is kind of ironic that I'm following her because I think some of the people in here do see me as one of those people that come here and try to stir up trouble or be negative. Because I did come to speak because last month when I was here, there were several people who stood up and said, "What about the children?" As if making it seem like we who are being critical of some of the things that are going on aren't concerned about the children. But I just want to stress to you all that for my love of children and my love of people in general, and the concern for our children and our future, that's why I come to speak about these things. So there are still some things that I felt compelled to speak about. The agendas that our school system, which are bringing on our children, causing our children to question their God-given authority, which is their parents. Ultimately, I believe the object is to get children to believe that the government is their God or their government is their authority, not their parents, and that is totally wrong. I believe it causes these agendas to question their gender and sexuality. These things are not appropriate in the schools. I believe these programs cause them to question their race or their mixture of races and how they should fit into society. This is what I believe is wrong. It causes them to be ashamed and to use peer pressure to control their thoughts and their ideas. So all of these should not be used to prevent our children from learning the truths. We must, such as the DEI programs that promote racial division versus God's way of loving one another despite our color or our ethnicity or anything of that nature. The sexual and immoral influences that I personally get ashamed and embarrassed about and shocked what is going on in our schools through quizzes and investigative material and talks and different things that plant ideas on these impressionable children in the name of public education. Any discussion causing confusion about the fact that God made them male and female. None of this should be in our public schools. And I have such compassion and admiration for teachers. There's so many of our good teachers have left in disgust because of these things. And many are still hanging on for their love of children. And I so appreciate that. But when they're forced to deal with issues that they may question, they too have to deal with the shame and the peer pressure. And parents and students, they never want to speak up. But I will. I know it's hard to accept, but the humanistic government-run education system is not concerned about our children. They're concerned about their agendas. And unless you, our supervisors and administration, don't put a stop to these abusive programs and issues, it will only continue to destroy our children emotionally, morally, and ultimately physically. When children have to spend part of their school day on these confusing issues, we are preventing them from the foundations of the academics, which our wonderful teachers really have such a desire to teach. And not to mention the objectionable expense on these issues from my tax dollars, but ultimately my concern is for our children and their future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Shantana, and then Leland Snooks.
Hello.
Hello.
Before I start, I want to apologize if I don't speak well, make sense, or am nervous. But I am absolutely distraught. My name is Shantana Milam. I am the parent of Miracle Milam, a kindergartner who attends Northeast Elementary. I would like to alert you to an incident that happened to my daughter just yesterday. My older children also attended Northeast as well. All of my children ride the school bus to and from school. Yesterday, all 4 of my children rode the bus to school. However, only 3 of them rode the bus back home. My daughter, who was in kindergarten, never got on the bus. She fell asleep in the classroom and was left there after dismissal. When my other 3 children arrived home without their sister, I asked them where she was, and they said she was not on the bus. I immediately called the transportation department. They searched the bus for her, but she was not there. In a frantic panic, I drove to Northeast. When I got to the school, I explained to the secretary that my daughter did not come home, and that transportation said she wasn't left on the bus, and all buses were cleared. I went to the classroom, and there my daughter was asleep at her desk. She was all alone in the classroom for nearly an hour. The lights were all off, and the classroom was dark. My daughter is in a classroom with 2 adults who walked past her, 2 adults who grabbed their personal belongings to head home, 2 adults who showed absolutely no care or concern for my child. As a parent, it is your worst nightmare to have your child go missing. We send our children to school every day, placing our trust in the school employees to keep them safe and free from harm, physical and mental. My trust in this district has been broken. My daughter is afraid to go back to school, and my daughter doesn't understand why her teachers would just leave her in the classroom all alone. No child should ever have to go through something like this at all. It is my hope that by speaking out here tonight, change will come about to ensure that no other JPS student has to experience what my daughter did, and that no other family has to go through this as well. Thank you.
I want to thank you for coming in and sharing that with us. And I share one thing about my kindergarten son, who is now 45 years old. He fell asleep on the bus, and he laid on the floor. So when they cleared the bus, put it back in the transportation department, I can totally empathize with your feelings. Mr. Beal, you heard this. I think this is extraordinarily not okay. And I would really like you to check on it and get back with me. See what we can do.
You are 100% correct. This is not JPS.
Not at all.
You and I will talk, I promise.
I am so sorry that happened to you. I mean, that just brought back all those feelings I had when Chad was lost as a kindergarten. Thank you very much for coming in.
Hello. I very rarely speak on the subject of religion, school, anything, but just to be clear, there is a separation of church and state for those who don't understand that. So if you would prefer to have the issue of religion, then public schools, so state money, so you can send them to a private school if you would like. Okay, so these surveys that were sent out, I mean, I guess they didn't come to those like concerned citizens. I'm not sure why they weren't open to the community. So like grandparents, since they don't have children, they couldn't take a survey or anything. They could be concerned about it. Also, on those surveys, I heard someone say that there were yes/no questions. Binary answers on surveys limit individuals into forced choice. That's not good. Rating scales invite more accurate data collection. So whoever was consulted on that clearly had not been enough of a professional to realize that. I should know. I'm a professional in survey making. So, also, you will talk about this, Dr. Aaron Johnson from Archetype. Whoever made the decision to consult with him, he is not from Jackson, he is from the Detroit metropolitan area. So if we're doing all these things to support JPS, JPS is in Jackson. We want to support small businesses and other things of that nature. He's not from here. So I'd like people behind me to think about that in the community. Now, budget percentage, I'm going to request on record someone email me how this is delineated. Is there a specific percentage per, say, i.e. sports, infrastructure, classroom, salaries, where each amount has to go? What percentage has to go where? Does it come from the state? Is it decided by the board? Who makes these decisions? Because I'm looking at some of these numbers and it seems kind of off. Next, the curriculum edition. I would also say, because you still have time, to think about adding a transferable skills course that would also tie in with some credits for college. I've been in JPS, I've been other school districts, and these transferable skills, they go through the classroom, into college, professional world, and the trade skills world. And our students are leaving school without them. I should know, I've worked in the corporate world. I've had to hire students 16, 17, 18, and they're coming out of the schools without these skills, and they're necessary. So I would suggest that we add something into the curriculum with that. Also, today, how it was Chris Giannetti shortened her commentary about the good things going on. Was a bunch of cool things going on. Check out our social media. That is the best way I've heard how good things are going on in JPS. We know there's great things going on, and people need to know about them. Totally agree. But these board meetings need to be focused on what the problems are. So we need to hear the concrete statements of what the problems are. And if you have a solution and you're enacting it, then follow up with that. But all these good things, occasional one here and there, that's great. Great to hear. But hearing a concrete problem, I think that's what the community wants, to be upfront on what these problems are so that they know the board recognizes it, the admins recognize it, so that the community knows. Other than that, I'm done.
Okay, Dr. Fred Drexler. Oh, and then William Hastings after that.
I'm Fred Drexler, professor of physics, retired, and I've been looking at the electric school bus issue. It appears that you are determined to experiment with electric vehicle school buses, and so I probably will not be able to deter you from doing that, but I think you should be aware of some of the problems that are going to be involved. Broward Public School District in South Florida bought 60 electric buses, 72 passenger each. They are said to have a 120-mile range. They drove them 80 miles in the morning, then spent 3.5 hours charging them, drove them 80 miles in the afternoon, and then another 3.5 hours charging. But South Florida doesn't have hills or cold weather like Michigan does. They had a $14.8 million grant from the Florida Department of Environmental Protection that amounted to $247,000 per bus. Now, I don't know anything about the charging stations for those buses, but I understand that you're planning to spend $8.1 million for 21 buses, which amounts to $386,000 per bus, and that would include the charging stations. I mentioned last time Philadelphia had not school buses, but public buses. And they paid $24 million for 25 electric buses in 2016. And by 2020, the entire fleet was removed due to structural and logistical problems. The weight of the batteries was cracking the vehicle chassis, and the battery life was insufficient for the city bus roads. The routes that they had were longer than the buses could go. The buses at that time were only getting 30 to 50 miles per charge. Duluth, Minnesota also had problems, especially accelerating up hills. Back then, electric buses cost $400,000 a piece. Diesel buses, on the other hand, were $150,000, and they're pretty clean diesel now. I read that diesel buses that are being made now, you could drive 60 of them and produce the same amount of air pollution that one bus produced back in 1980. So a lot of progress has been made. I don't know about the manufacturer of the buses that you're planning to get. I hope it's not Communist China's companies. I don't think we should be supporting the Communist Chinese. However, the lithium-ion batteries that are used in electric buses pretty much are controlled by China. They have a life cycle of maybe 2,500 charging cycles, which give them the efficiency remains 90% or more. But after about 5,000 charging cycles, the efficiency drops to 70%. Well, that would take you probably, if you do 2 charges per day for 180 days per year of school, that should give you about 13.9 years before it reaches the 70%. North Carolina had found that Type C school buses last about 20 years, 250,000 miles. But the useful life of most school buses is about 12 years. New buses cost, well, my time's up. But I would say don't get rid of your diesel buses.
Thank you very much. Okay, we have William Hastings, and then our last person is Britt Nelson.
I'd like to begin by strongly suggesting that the board delay any vote on electric buses until they have a capable person, possibly an electrical engineer from Consumers Energy, review whether the local power grid is actually capable of supporting the simultaneous recharge of the massive, massive batteries. I think they're 8,000 pounds a piece on those buses. The board also needs to consider what future costs will be entailed in terms of battery replacement. Keep in mind, replacing a single battery on one of those buses might be more costly than buying 2 brand new diesel buses. I mainly would like to speak about the outstanding teachers here at JPS. As we prepare for graduation, I can only reflect on the 15 years of personal experience my family has had with local teachers from preschool, then at Paragon Charter, and now concluding at JPS. I never thought much about teachers at all until it came time to enroll our first child in school. But now, with 15 years of hindsight, I can say that dedicated and deeply personally committed teachers have been the rule, in my experience, while merely competent teachers have been the exception. Jeff Lowe's, Wendy Adams, Amanda Sheffield, Beth Laurie Smith, Aaron Hunt, Joel Shaner, and so many others have inspired and positively influenced my kids and countless other kids in ways too numerous to even count. Take Mr. Savicki as just one example. He is one of the 2 teachers from Jackson High School just honored as Local Teachers of the Year. Here's one thing, just one thing he's accomplished, and I'm quoting from his LinkedIn. Instructor for the Project Hope Night School program. The aim of the program is to provide students aged 17 through 19 who can no longer mathematically graduate with a diploma an opportunity for credit recovery through accelerated studies. Students accepted into Hope have had serious behavior and academic struggles in the past. The program has been very successful, typically graduating 20 to 35 students annually. This is year 13 of Mr. Savicki's participation in Project Hope. That's 300 to 400 kids he has directly aided in earning their degrees so they can have a shot at a dignified and productive adult life. That is extraordinary. Education is a cooperative enterprise. It's really a 4-legged school with the student, the parent or parents, the administration, and the teachers all sharing responsibility for good outcomes. Take away even one of those legs and the stool can become very wobbly. The superintendent mentioned last month that 1/2 of students at the high school miss a month or more of instruction per year. You simply cannot instruct and inspire kids who just don't show up. A major issue in this country has been and is teacher retention, especially in the public schools. According to a recent story on the NEA website, quote, a staggering 55% of educators are thinking about leaving the profession earlier than they planned. Reading the comments posted, this is the NEA website, reading the comments posted by actual teachers to the story was very eye-opening. Many different views and concerns, but the elephant in the living room is student behavior and discipline. First teacher comment. The NEA always misses the biggest issue. Absolutely no accountability for the students regarding their conduct or grades. All the stress falls to the teachers to deal with unruly and unmotivated students. Next comment. This is it. This is making us tired and fed up. The destructive behaviors and disrespect that will not be addressed. Every child deserves a safe place to learn and teachers a safe place to work, and that is not the case in our schools right now. Next comment. I agree that disrespect is unprecedented, and most parents are of little help. When students are sent to the office, administrators just give them warning after warning. The students know there are never any real consequences. The lesson for this board is you must protect your teachers, not least of all from physical harm, and you must maintain order in halls and classrooms. If you continue to inject politics into the classrooms, and especially into the practice of student discipline, you will erode the ability of your teachers to function and your ability to retain them. All the signing bonuses in the world will never change that basic reality if teachers do not feel safe. See how much time I have. So in closing, you must protect your teachers and students or you will lose them and you will never get them back. My best wishes to all JPS staff for a refreshing and rewarding summer break.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I wrote something so I don't get off track. But my name is Brittany Nelson. I worked at JPS for 15 months, both as a sub and as a parapro. But you guys are well aware of what I'm here for. In March of this year, while working at JPS Cascades Elementary, a 5th grade teacher angrily yelled the N-word in my face. She was visibly upset and was repeating what one student said to another. However, she said it quite differently. I grew up in Noblesville, Indiana, and this same thing was yelled at to me by my peers. This prompted the first of 3 moves my family would make during my education, all due to racism I faced as a biracial child in an all-white family attending predominantly white school districts. So when this teacher said that to me, it brought back so much trauma. If she is willing to say that openly to a Black coworker, what is she saying to our children? I reported this incident to the principal, who did nothing about it, but have a conversation with her. Once I realized nothing was going to be done about it, I told my coworkers, because I wanted them to know exactly who they were working with. I made it clear how uncomfortable, upset, and disgusted that moment made me. And then the 5th grade teacher then told on me for telling the coworkers her actions. Ultimately, I was asked not to come back to sub at Cascades. I had 3 unfounded parent complaints in my 2 years at working at JPS. At this point, I decided to share everything and that went on in the school with the school board. I specifically stated I was sharing the feedback from my time there because there were things that you guys were unaware of. You guys said you would investigate my claims. In reality, you guys investigated me. Instead of properly addressing those issues, they found that the 5th grade teacher, Heather Norman, because I'm definitely going to name her. I'm not in the business of coddling and protecting racists the way you guys apparently do. It was found that she did say that word, but she didn't mean anything bad by it. Clearly, with my correspondence with Jessica Carter, Julie Baker, and Jeff Beal, JPS is all too worried about being sued instead of taking accountability for their teachers who use derogatory terms. However, before the investigation started, Jeff Beal did something he seemed to do often and set the narrative that I was just a problem employee. Mind you, I had only been coached on attendance one time. When JPS finally completed their thorough investigation, they found that I was rude and refused to escort special needs students, and a plethora of things that I saw for the first time that I assume were made up on a whim, as I've never been talked to about them. I had never been talked to about my behavior, never had, or the way that I subbed in classes. So why was this brought up in the conclusion of the investigation? When I worked at Northeast in 2022, the principal asked me to come back as a teacher's aide if a spot was available. And I have the documents proving that, Mr. Van Allen. When I was at Cascades, the principal said she wanted me there this upcoming school year in the refocus room. If I had such bad feedback from teachers consistently throughout my time at Cascades and JPS, then why would they ask for me to come back? It's because I spoke up. I mean, that's the only obvious thing. I tried to do what was right. I never had any discipline actions brought against me. I was never told to sign anything, never had alleged misconducts. Yet when I spoke up and out for children of Jackson, I was made to feel like I was the biggest problem that JPS has ever seen. So I hope in the future when complaints are brought to the board, you guys are capable of actually investigating the incidents being complained about instead of creating false narratives and investigating the people bringing the complaints. This would actually benefit the children. Taking accountability and utilizing these opportunities by making the necessary changes for the students of JPS. It's so important to lead by example. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's it. Okay, that concludes public comment. Thank you very much. Okay, at this point, we are going to go into discussion items. Our first item, 22-23-125. I'm going to have Mr. Beal address that.
Yep, actually, Ms. Acton Dowell, you had asked to have a conversation surrounding Dr. Aaron Johnson and Archetype Consulting. So what you'll see in your agenda is both his contract, his progress report, and overview. There's really no action on this, so this is really just open for discussion, conversation, I guess, at this time. And I know that Jeremy Patterson is also available to help answer some questions.
Yeah, the final report's not done when I was reading it, but I just wanted to know some outcomes, but they haven't been able to tabulate the outcomes, I believe.
Will you hit your microphone, Marilyn, just so that Jeremy can hear you? I think he missed it.
Sorry. I was just curious about outcomes, if we had any measurable outcomes, but when I read the report, it sounded like they hadn't been tabulated yet. It was going to be June or a little, they're still working on it, correct?
That's correct. We still have a few more sessions, and there's a couple goals, and one is to train as many staff as possible. So this is a continuation of the work that Dr. Marks began last year. We were able to train some staff, knowing we can't train all staff at once. And so we have that number of staff from last year in addition to the 130 this year. That's one effort. And then another is meeting with our students and hearing about their experience with Jackson Public Schools and looking for trends and themes that we might be able to give as feedback for improvement within our schools.
And my other question, will we be renewing that contract? Or do we?
That's the plan at this time, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Let me see.
This is a market. Are there any questions? Any questions at this point?
Yes. Did you say the doctor, I'm sorry, I don't know if he's a doctor, the doctor from Archetype was here? Is that what we said or no? Did you say he was here?
Dr. Johnson is
Okay.
not here, no.
Okay, no problem. So thank you, for Marilyn, for your questions because you answered some of them already, Jeremy. So I'm reading through, and hopefully you can answer these. I don't know if you'll be able to or not, but I read through the work that Archetype, I apologize for not knowing his name, Dr. Aaron has done while here. I'm wondering, I got a few questions for you. I'm wondering how many staff does JPS roughly have altogether that is being trained on this and or projected to be trained on this or had been trained? Like, what's our total number of staff?
So
Roughly.
I have roughly 130 from this year.
Nope. What's the total number of staff that JPS employs? And maybe that's a Jeff question, just
Yeah,
roughly.
We employ, including contracted employees, so bus drivers, custodians, and so on, roughly 1,000 employees, and we have trained, last year there were approximately 80 teachers in the cohort. This year, we expanded that to 130. We included frontline workers such as bus drivers, custodians, secretaries, food service workers. So that was really the main emphasis, was how do we get this deeper than simply that classroom level. So 200, so we're about 20% at this point.
So some of these questions I know, but I want to ask them because I want some of the community to know as well. But Dr. Marks, while he was here, why did we need somebody new? What happened with that?
Dr. Marks went to work for Henry Ford, and so he retired from the work.
Thank you. Like I said, some of these questions I know, but I want the community to know. The work that Archetype is doing, is it different from, so one of the things that I read in there was that kind of like the level setting, learning about bias and et cetera. It sounds like he's training a new group of people, and that's why he's kind of doing some of the same work that Dr. Marks was doing.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Okay, so the student voice, that's one of the things that we had. It looks like there were select schools for student voice. Is it just that, we just haven't gotten to all of them yet, or are all students going to be included, or?
Yep, there were a group of schools that were chosen last year from Dr. Marks, and then we identified schools that did not participate last year to participate this year, making sure then, and that both, when we're getting that feedback from our students, that all buildings are represented.
So all buildings will be represented? Because I noticed, it seemed like no, like Parkside, 4th Street, SMV wasn't, but is it just that they'll be included eventually?
That's correct. Parkside is in June.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. And Marilyn, just one more one reminder, what she said. You said we'll get the report when?
After he concludes, so he's going to meet with all the groups one more time, and then he'll utilize their feedback from the students and the staff to kind of say, hey, this is what I observed here at Jackson Public Schools, and here's some recommendations moving forward.
Okay, and I think you also said that it'll be a comprehensive report than what we
Yes.
received now.
Correct.
Thank you, that's all my questions.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything else? Anybody else? Derek, go ahead.
Thanks. I wasn't here when we originally approved the contract, but had a chance to review it and to review the 2-page progress report. I'm guessing that the final report's going to be more comprehensive. My question in terms of like the progress report to the original contract, how many of I think of the $90,000 contract included somewhere in the neighborhood of like 15 or 18 different trainings. How many of those like have happened? Have all those, like 5 days for the different groups of?
So we do 2 different cohorts to get an increased number of people. So there's like an AM session and a PM session on every date. And then there's 6 different cohorts. So you have an instructional staff A, instructional staff B, support staff A, support staff B, all administrator groups, and then student groups. And so every day that he's here, there's, like I said, an AM and a PM session. And then we have one more session to go until he's concluded, and then that's when the final report will come out. And again, it's basically, he's doing some teaching and training along the lines of what's outlined there, but then also what were our teachers' experiences and what are they offering to say would benefit them as far as their role, as well as our students' role and their experience here at the school. So really facilitating a conversation about from an outside, person who not from here, but that people have felt comfortable sharing their experiences so that he can advise the district moving forward.
Okay, now, as you said, that wasn't for any vote or anything, just for discussion. Anybody else? Okay, the next one, preliminary budget assumptions. I believe that's Marcus.
All right, so every year as I develop the next year's budget, I come up and share some preliminary assumptions that I'm working off of in developing that budget with the board. As you see in your attachment there in the agenda, I'll just point out a few of the things that I work off of just to give you some highlights of my thinking in developing the budget that you'll have a chance to see next month. So we'll always start with our budgeted increase or decrease to fund balance as our starting point, and we'll work our way down. So the next item, the estimated foundation state aid increase. As there's no state budget at this time, what I usually do is we'll take the budget proposals that are out there from the governor, the Senate, and the House, and I'll usually take the lowest number to be conservative, which is that $366 proposed increase at this time, since we don't have a state budget currently for next year, and kind of work my way down the knowns and best guesstimates as far as teacher step increases, health insurance. So this year we experienced roughly 8% increase in health insurance costs. So being we won't have our renewals until fall, I'm using that 8% number again as a best guess at this time. And then we'll just work down there and you'll see the adjustments and our final, at this point, preliminary assumption of an increase to fund balance and where we could be, I guess. It's not the whole picture. Again, these are just some of the key major assumptions that we're working off of in developing that budget, which we'll be presenting next month. We'll have a hearing, we'll vote on the budget. We'll have all kinds of great information and graphs and how everything's allocated in terms of what we're spending our money on, different categories and things like that. And so that's kind of the high level overview of the assumptions we're working off of.
Excellent, thank you. So you're working on that right now, and I like how you always take the lowest possible. Keep us out of trouble. For discussion, any questions? No? Okay. Let's go on to the next. The policy updates. That's the what? Oh, I'm sorry. SCMV is next. Marcus.
All right, so as you know, we've been talking a few times about expanding our footprint for SCMV. I know the board had approved a letter of intent and finding a larger space that we identified in the former Sears property of the Jackson Crossing Mall. We've been in talks with the developer of that property, and we have a lease that we have worked with through them, through internally with ourselves, the district attorney. So I know we're adding this for discussion. We'll be bringing it again next month, so we'll give you some time to digest the lease. If you have any questions or concerns or things you'd like to talk about in that time, please reach out to me. I'll go over a couple of quick highlights in the lease tonight. So basically, the space we're looking at is a little over 9,500 square feet. Currently, we occupy about 3,500 square feet, so we're looking to almost triple the size. The base rent in this contract starts at $10 per square foot. We're currently paying $12 in our current space, just to give you an idea or to compare where we are now and what we're looking to do. As far as timing, again, we'll be bringing this back next month after you've had a time to digest this and come up with questions. If it's approved next month, the landlord will continue work on getting the space ready for us to take possession early in the fall. And we'll be working on designing and building out that space to move into as quickly as humanly possible.
Okay, what are we doing to house all those people right now that are going to go into the new facility? Are we in our same place at the mall?
And are you talking to the staff or so?
Students, staff,
So
whatever we need. I mean, we really do need the enlarged area.
We do need the
obviously.
enlarged space.
we have needs for conference spaces and,
Okay.
we have added a lot of faculty to the SEM program as it's expanding. As far as students, we do want to make sure that we have enough space for them when they're there. Being a virtual program, it kind of ebbs and flows as far as how many kids are there at any one time, right?
Right,
So
right.
it is getting a little constrained at times where we're at, which is,
Right.
the big reason why we're looking at a larger footprint.
Okay. Well, I think it's an exciting prospect, and I'm just thrilled at the way the program has grown.
Real quick, I know, Marcus, one thing we did this year is we added the additional office space. Unfortunately, it's not connected right there at SMB. We've been, I'm going to say this nicely, hammering away on the mall management with a number of different proposals, looking at a number of different spaces. Obviously, when the Sears space came open, that created a ton of opportunity for us. The reality for everybody in the room and everybody online with regards to South Central Michigan Virtual, it is a growing program on almost a daily basis. So there is not a day that we don't have students from around the county come and enroll in that program. So we recognize we don't have enough space now and we won't have enough space tomorrow, which is why we are making such an investment to create a long-term solution. Everybody here, though, does need to know with construction, and nobody wants to be out of construction more than I do at this point. But the reality is that once we take possession of the property and begin our upgrades, as Marcus said, it is probably going to be the bulk of next year. I'm hoping that by summer so we'll call it June of 2024, we are making plans and arrangements to be able to move into that space for the 24-25 school year. And that's typical with all the construction we've done around the district. We know that it takes time, but that's kind of just so everybody knows where we're at and what the real ramifications are kind of moving forward.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can we talk about why we need more space for the virtual program, what they do, why what they do in that space?
Absolutely. So in addition to full-time staff that we've hired there, we use a ton of teachers from our buildings who pick up extra hours, pick up extra jobs, if you will, and they go out and teach there as well. There are about 525 students currently enrolled at SCMV, and those students don't just sit in virtual space. They don't just sit out there and not come to the building. In fact, a couple times a year, they're required to come to the building. But we do require students who are not passing their classes, not making progress towards their goals, or progress in their coursework to come in. We have a learning lab on site. We have math experts on site. We have reading experts on site. At the elementary, they come in, they do virtual field trips, they do small group. We do parent-teacher conferences. And then like every other school, South Central Michigan Virtual is also required to test. So we'll need a testing environment for them as well. So the expansion here is going to expand even opportunities. But this isn't a virtual school like what we think of or what we hear about. And when you see billboards on the highway for, don't worry about coming to school, you can do virtual. That's not South Central Michigan Virtual. Our program is very much blended. It's very much hands-on with success coaches, with counselors, with, again, like I said, dedicated staff there. And we see it all from special needs students, from kindergarten students, all the way up through students going to college in an early college setting. So this program really fits out, and it's not a program designed to tackle one challenge. It's really a program designed to tackle every challenge. And so that's the real reason. And this comes out as an outcome of meeting with our staff. I'm going to get this wrong, Chris. It wasn't this year because it was last year where we met with the staff for quite a length of time. We encouraged them to tell us exactly what they needed in their space. A lot of this comes with the number of different staff in there that need a private space to be able to work, to be able to communicate with their students, either in person or online. So if I'm in a Zoom and Pam is in a Zoom next to me, that right there makes it very difficult, A, to be able to have a conducive conversation without privacy, but also, sometimes, again, it was mentioned earlier by one of our teachers, we deal with some of the hardest things that are imaginable. And through the course of my career, I can share that sentiment over and over again. The virtual folks, the teachers that are working at SCMV are no different. And so to have that privacy or that ability to be able to react and be able to work with their students is vital. And this is, again, a direct outcome. This is an input that we listened to our staff and said, what do you want? What do you need? And I wish we could have delivered it faster, but it's not for lack of arguing and arm wrestling with them all. It's really trying to get a fit that really will meet this, not just for tomorrow, but this is a 10-year lease, and so we're gonna call it for the next 10 years, right?
One more question for you. And this might be something that you can bring back, at the next meeting. I am interested to know, I know that you mentioned that some students are coming from other districts. I'm interested to know the data around who's going to SCMV. I don't know if we, keep why they're going. We should keep why they're going, but I would like to know why SCMV is exploding like it is. Not to say that it's good or bad, but I just want to know what are the reasons. We should be able to aggregate the data. I understand we have to, keep folks' information private, but we should be able to have enough data around why people are either being sent there or why they're choosing to go. And I would like to know that data when we come back next month.
To the degree that we can get it, I will certainly provide that, because I don't have every parent who comes in to enroll that says, parents who come in and enroll come because that's the option that they're choosing. But I will certainly do my part to try to help that out. I'll just share out with everybody, a number of years ago, Jackson Public Schools had 300 students coming to as schools of choice from other districts. We now have more than 600 students coming to Jackson Public Schools as schools of choice. And a good chunk of that, or a good percentage of that, comes as a result of our work with South Central Michigan Virtual and our expanding programming. So again, something we're very proud of, something I'm passionate about, and I'll be more than happy to bring back some data to the extent that I can get it. Just don't want to.
Thank you.
Tell you what I can't do.
I'm really interested in, how many students may have been sent over there through the contract, how many students, are being forced to go over there. And then I think we still should be able to, if nothing else from that data, we should be able to know how many have chosen to go as well. So, like I said, when we aggregate that data, when you aggregate the data and bring it back next month, we should be able to get a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
So those students are considered part of the 4,800 students in JPS, correct?
Yes, they are.
Do they ever do like a hybrid model, like some virtual and then some real classroom?
South Central Michigan does not, but we do offer online classes at just about every building. So here at Jackson High, as an example, there are students who participate in virtual classes every day. And what they do is they take up a space or a lab space, and they may work on, the students in that classroom may work on a number of different courses with the teacher facilitating that coursework. So we do already offer hybrid learning, so the answer to your question is yes. And then again, at South Central Michigan Virtual, a number of students still come in. We have students who come in on a regular basis because they need help in math or they need help in reading, or candidly, they want that connection. They simply don't want the same rigid schedule that the 7 to 3 or 8 to 4, whatever, brings. And so that we're meeting our students where they're at, and that's part of that conversation. But to answer your question, we do offer hybrid.
That was a long answer to a short question, wasn't it?
I know. I apologize. Like I said, I'm very proud of the work we're doing at South Central Michigan Virtual, and it's something again that's unique to Jackson Public Schools. Are there any other questions on this? I know the lease is going to be in your hands. I know it's new to you. I know Derek, you had asked what's our out clause if we can't operate, and again, we built into the lease an out clause if for some reason state funding no longer will support online learning. We don't see that happening. In fact, we see quite the opposite, but we did build that into the arrangement as well. But you'll take a peek at that, and then I would encourage you to either reach out to myself or reach out to Marcus between now and next month, and because this will be coming for you for a vote in June so that we can begin construction hopefully in the fall.
Okay. The next item, 22-23-128, the Neola policy update, first reading on this one. Jeff?
I'd like to thank both Marilyn Acton Dowell and Keisha Hamilton for coming in and participating in our board policy committee. We get our policies from Neola, and so we get them about 3 times a year, and so about 3 times a year we sit down and kind of review these policies. The policies today center around technology, and they center around tobacco, which is an ever-changing conversation, unfortunately. And you'll get a description in here from Neola to take a look at. So what I would encourage you to do, and we'll go through each of these, but there's pieces from student assessment as well in here. And so what I would ask you to do is take a peek at them. Most of these are law. In other words, if you look at the bottom of the policy, we get very little say because the policies have been amended to either reflect changes in case law or changes in the federal law itself. So if you look at the bottom of the policy, you will see either a US number or an MCL number. You could see a CFR number, and that's a legal reference that lets you know that the wording and the specific changes in these policies are directly an outcome of changes in law. So most of what we're dealing with here is that. Marilyn, Keisha, did I accurately reflect kind of our conversations? All right, so look for these policies to come back before the board next month. And if you have any questions, shoot me down, come hunt me up.
Our first action item is 22-23-129, the 612 Social Studies curriculum. Marcus, you present the item, please.
All right, so at the April board meeting, additional information was requested regarding the 6 through 12 social studies curriculum. Everybody heard the presentation earlier this evening, so once again, I'll just summarize that in our ESSER 3 grant, we've included funding for curriculum updates throughout the district. Secondary curriculum is explored and piloted the new social studies program that you heard about this evening. The total cost that we are recommending to be approved is $365,596.97. Out of that, everything except $10,000 will be funded through ESSER 3. That $10,000 is future professional development that will be paid for to the general fund just because it falls outside of the date range for the ESSER funding. So at this time, we would recommend approval of that 612 social studies curriculum.
Move approval of the social studies curriculum with the cost as indicated.
Second.
Derek and Marilyn. Any discussion?
Yes, some discussion. So I'm just going to reiterate because I think it's important for our community to know that personally, it was not an issue of the intelligence of our teachers. It's for me, being responsible and doing my due diligence as an elected official to ask the questions that I'm supposed to ask was the reason why I asked for us to have a presentation. And I want to reiterate as well that the presentation that was given by the ladies in red specifically was absolutely amazing. We should have been given that presentation, as I mentioned earlier. We should have been given that presentation earlier so that our questions could have been answered. It's never been an issue for me of making sure that our teachers and students have the curriculum that they need in order to do the jobs that they're doing. So that's just important to me to state again. Like I said, we do have specific responsibilities as outlined in Michigan, in the Michigan legislature for what a board member does. And I take those very, very seriously and have since the day I started. So my vote is gonna be a yes. It was always gonna be a yes because you're gonna get what you need if it's up to me. But I wanted to know that we're doing this right, especially since we're not reviewing curriculum except possibly every 7 to 10 years. And then again, like I said, as an elected official, my job is to ask questions. But yes, my vote will be a yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, I'd like to call for a vote. Yeah, we have a motion in a second, yep. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Opposed, the same? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Our next item is also curriculum, and it's the K-5 ELA curriculum. Marcus?
Move approval of the K-5 curriculum and costs as presented.
There you go.
Second.
In a second. Okay. All in favor? Is there any discussion beyond that? Okay. All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Woo-hoo. Excellent. Thank you, teachers, for your willingness to come in and share that with us. I was very impressed. Okay, next item is 22-23-131, the superintendent goals. Did you want to say anything before I start on your goals? Okay.
Just very quickly, I was asked for some specifics at the last board meeting. I punched those into the document that you've got, just to give you an idea on the work that we'll be doing over the next year and then some. So.
Okay, superintendent goals. Do you want? We need a motion to approve. You've all had a chance to look at this? Okay, now these goals were directly related to the improvements identified on Jeff's evaluation. And they not only have the goal written out, but strategies to support each goal. All the way through.
I'll move to approve of these goals for discussion.
I second it.
Any discussion?
Yes. Did you have your mic on still? No, sorry. I have some questions. So it was important to me to remember what the 2021 and 2022 goals were for our superintendent so that I could compare them to the current goals. One of the things that is very important to me and that I think is important to everyone in education is that the goals be SMART. You know, we're all about measuring, you know, progress. So in these and with our superintendent and any superintendent, you know, I mentioned to our teachers earlier that I recognize that they are the experts in the work that they do. And I expected nothing less than what they came and brought here tonight, which was absolutely amazing, you know, because I consider them to be amazing folks. And I expect the same level of amazingness from our superintendent in his answers and in his work. That's what I expect. So when I'm asking my questions is because I expect him to be able to answer them and for them to be smart because, again, we are in an educational system and we know that, you know, everything is measured. So I do have some questions.
Okay, go ahead with your questions.
For the strategies to support goal 1, and hopefully you all have the data yourself around his goals so that I don't have to read them. But quickly, the first one is improving student attendance. And so his strategy to support this, one of the strategies, and I have questions about all these, is that we're going to develop and implement an early warning system to identify the students with barriers. I'd like to know if we already have something like this in place and what is different about this than what we have in place. Because it would seem that we should already have some type of, you know, this is not your first year as a superintendent, and this is not the first year that we've had students, you know, with barriers, you know, in our space. So what do we have in place right now? And then how is this different than that?
So typically what we've done is attack absenteeism or truancy, and we're really changing the focus of our conversation. So the answer to your question is no, we don't have some of these early warning systems minus simply regular attendance and letters that go home with regards to truancy or in the elementary education setting, education neglect. So as you heard earlier, one of our teachers said COVID kind of threw everything on its ear. And so attendance has changed drastically in the last several years to the point where I mentioned the hard fact that, you know, 50% of our students miss a month of school. And so we need to address why that is occurring, how that's occurring, and build in settings for what we're going to be pursuing is school avoidance. Because again, while there are issues of truancy that may yet still come about, that's not the solution. Unfortunately, the courts have very little teeth with regards to our parents and students, and they recognize that. Our parents pull their kids from school or give them a pass to not come to school for a variety of reasons. So we need to work with them to be able to help them understand why it is so drastically important that their kids are in school.
Thank you. I see in here that we're going to foster collaborative partnerships with parents. What, for example, does that look like?
It'll look
I mean, compared to what we're already doing, what's different about it?
Well, again, it's going to look a little different at the elementary level than it is at the secondary level. At the elementary level, if a student misses 30, 40 days or more, largely, and I'm not going to talk about doctor's notes or doctor's excused absences because we don't count those. But I'm looking at days when parents are making choices about their kids coming to school, or they can't get their kids to come to school, or and so when we see that, what we're recognizing is that the elementary level, it's largely a parent choice. An 8-year-old has no choice if their parents don't send them to school or don't bring them to school or don't get them up and put them on the bus. They don't get to make that decision. But once our students reach middle school and high school, we see a different transition level. And so what you look at is students then become the avoiders, right? They become the ones who are hiding in the bathroom, or who are eloping from buildings, or who are not coming to school or coming to school late. And parents are out of ideas, they're out of tools in their tool belt. So that collaborative partnership looks like work with DHHS, with our success coaches that are in each building, I say each of our elementaries, and then at Parkside, it'll be working with our counselors, with our social workers, and with our principals to build that relationship with our parents. So that becomes much more of a team effort than just simply identifying. Does that answer your question?
I'm wondering, do we do this already? We don't do this to some degree already? It seems like we've, like I mentioned, different times, as board members, each of us have kind of run on this parent involvement platform.
It's not
and
parent.
so we've talked about the need to, encourage that type of participation from our parents. I'm wondering what's different about this. Like, it seems like our principals and teachers are generally reaching out to parents. Is there something different about how you're going to do this? I mean, how do we know I just don't understand what's different about this than what we already do.
The bonus, Ms. Hamilton, is that I will be providing you with agendas, with dates and times of the meetings, and you're more than welcome to come and participate. But no, we have not done some of this work before because, again, attendance looks significantly different today than it did pre-COVID. So the answer is we have pursued truancy, and what we recognize is that pursuit has failed, and we need to move in a new direction.
Okay.
Ms. Hamilton, are you keeping track of your time?
No, because we don't have a time that
We
we're
do
keeping
have a
track of.
10-minute time limit.
We haven't voted on that, and I'm not done asking Jeff
It's not a
questions.
vote.
I'm not done asking Jeff questions,
The
so I'm going to
policy. It's already
finish.
there.
So on the next one, Jeff, on your
10
strategic
minutes.
goals, you have Jackson Public Schools will provide counseling, social work, and coaching to our students. Again, do we do this already? And if we don't do it already, what's going to be, if we don't do, or what's going to be different in the future? Are we adding more counselors to teachers and to the counseling and student ratio? Like, what's going to make this where it's actually something that, because it seems like we already do this.
No, Ms. Hamilton, it doesn't seem like we already do this. I believe I've answered this question, and I will be providing you with agendas, with meeting times, and you are more than welcome to attend.
So I'm sorry. So it sounds like your solution right now is to have meetings? Is that what you're saying?
No, Ms. Hamilton, my solution is to create a program. And in order to create a program, we bring together professionals to do exactly that.
Professionals and the parents?
And then it will be assessed at the end of.
Is that what you're saying? I'm
the
just trying to
period of time.
understand.
Madam Chair,
Pardon me? Yes. Derek.
I'd like to move the previous question.
Thank you.
Explain what that means.
It is a call for a vote.
Call for vote? Ready? Okay, all votes in favor? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same?
So I am voting no on these goals
Okay,
because
thank
they
you.
are not measurable. And our superintendent,
Point of
who
order, Madam
we
Chair.
expect to
Yes,
be
point of
professional
order.
in this position, should have answers to these questions.
Ms.
So my
Hamilton?
vote is a vote of no.
Thank you.
Moving the previous question isn't debatable.
Right.
So now we can take a vote on the superintendent goals.
Okay, now it's time to take a vote on the superintendent goals themselves. The goals are written out and the way they're going to be addressed or the way they're going to be assessed. The strategies are written there and they will be assessed, of course, like always, after the year. Mhm. Okay. We have to vote on that one, yeah.
We already have a motion.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, all those in favor of accepting superintendent's goals and strategies to support them with an evaluation at the end?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Thank you. Okay, moving on. Let's go to, where are we at here? Oh, okay. The electrical vehicle, the bus contract. Marcus.
All right, so last month, we included the contract, the proposed contract between JPS and Highland Electric to manage the electric bus program, rebate program that we were awarded through the EPA. I know we've had some questions from the board. I hope we've answered all of them. I'll just give a couple of quick highlights. So some highlights of this program include us being able to run this program, or have Highland run this program for us. We would be selling, once we buy the buses, we would in turn sell the buses back to Highland, so they would have title or ownership to the buses. We would be selling them back for the price that we paid for them, which will allow us to invest those funds over the life of the contract, the 15 years, which will guarantee us the ability to replace the buses at the end of the contract if we do not move forward at the end of the contract term. Is just a hedge so we won't be out 21 buses, come 15 years from now or whatever. And a couple of other quick updates and news in the background. Our partners at GCE, our energy advisors, along with Highland, have been working with Consumers Energy, our utility provider here in Jackson, on a lot of different programs. They have a rebate program called Power My Fleet. And I just found out this morning that we are the first recipients of a rebate in the amount of over $300,000.
Wow.
Which will be a cash rebate to JPS. In addition to that, Consumers is pledging almost $200,000 to upgrade and improve the infrastructure needed to accommodate the charging stations and buses, which just shows their dedication and commitment to not only JPS, but this technology and this program specifically. Trying to think what else at this time. So this time, I'll open it up for any more discussion, but we would recommend the approval of this contract with Highland, so we're able to issue purchase orders and continue on with the rebate program as presented.
Derek?
Move approval of the contract as presented, Madam Chair.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay, now we are going to deliberate.
Before discussion, can I, if you don't mind, Marcus, I'd just like a couple of points of clarification because some questions have come up. Because we are only purchasing 21 buses, how many buses are in our fleet?
We currently have about 55 buses in our fleet. Almost half of them are propane currently, the other half diesel. We will be keeping a handful of the newer diesel buses that will be able to handle some of our field trips where that would be out of district, where the infrastructure is not built out yet to accommodate those electric buses at this time.
All right, next question, and I apologize for interrupting the board. I just want to make sure I ask this, because again, it was asked. I want to kind of follow up with some of this. If there's breakdown in the bus, if the battery is not charging, if the frame is structurally unsound, because we're leasing these buses, the obligation to replace, repair, or provide that, it falls on Highland. Is that an accurate statement?
Correct. So Highland assumes all risk for the buses, the infrastructure, the charging stations, guaranteeing that they will be charged sufficiently to run our routes every day. If for whatever reason we have a bus down, the risk will transfer to Highland to provide us with either a replacement bus during that time or to reimburse us for the cost of using one of our propane or other diesel buses that we would have to use instead, as the idea is to help make this more efficient and lower transportation costs across the board.
All right,
Excellent.
and
Thank
my
you.
last question, and again, I know I keep coming, I'm sorry, here we go. So the grant that we're dipping into for this, we have a time stamp on that, that's correct?
Correct. So the deadline was actually the end of April. However, we had applied for and received an extension to issue purchase orders. That new deadline is May 31st. So pending approval tonight, we actually have a tentative call set up for next week to work with Highland on generating that purchase order to the EPA's specifications.
That's it from me, I apologize.
Are you sure?
I promise.
All right. Thank you very much. Questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question.
Excuse me, we had one first. Derek, go ahead.
I was just simply going to thank thank everyone for delaying this so I could get a chance to read through the contract and for Marcus talking to me earlier, answering some more of the questions I had.
Excellent, thank you. Keisha?
And I think you mentioned this at the last time, that we're purchasing these through grant money? Is that correct or no?
Yes, so this is an award through the EPA, so there will be zero cost to the district.
I thought that's important for the community to remember. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Any more discussion or questions?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, go ahead, Marilyn.
So just to go on record, I have had long talks with Marcus, and so some of these batteries could be converted to generators, correct?
Potentially right after.
Possibly it could be.
Down the road, there's different
Right,
things.
and then we do have 55 buses, so we're only gonna we're gonna get 21, but we still have 5 to 6 diesel buses, and we still have 27 propane buses. So that was a question also, because I'm just really concerned of the viability, because, of rolling blackouts that you hear and things like that, and then, about the weight of these buses too, the wear and tear on the roads, and there could be some repercussions down the line, so that's kind of a concern.
So I know we discussed with things, power outages specifically. So
Right.
as you know, if we have a power outage, we're obviously not in school. I believe it's set up that, in between our runs, we have a good 3 to 4 hours to recharge the buses. And then they'll charge again overnight to be ready the next day. So in the event of a power outage, we really only need that 4 to 8 hour window, which we would have that notice before school would be resuming to make sure the buses would be charged. The extra weight is fairly minimal compared to the weight of the bus in general, as you don't have an actual engine or transmission or some of those parts, so you'd have less weight, and the added weight of the battery kind of nets out pretty close.
And then we talked about the price of the electricity. It's built in for 15 years, so the price won't go up for 15 years too. I just want everyone to know that.
Correct. All the liability on electricity prices, again, is shifted to Highland in this contract and part of that pricing model that they've presented to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. That was interesting to find those little details that you think of later. Let's go ahead and vote now. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carried.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask for a roll call on this. There are only 5 members here tonight, so we're going to need a quorum to be able to move forward, and I could not tell if
Marilyn.
everybody voted. I know
Marilyn voted no.
Marilyn voted no, but I didn't hear anybody else, so
No, we
I
got it.
apologize. Ms. Oxley, could we have a roll call, please?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, motion carries. Thank you, guys. The next one, Jeff, can you present this one? It's a resolution designing the biennial election rep.
I love this game. I apologize for some of this. So there's a couple pieces on here. Every odd year,
we send representatives out to elect the ISD Board of Education. And we need a resolution to, first, identify the candidates or rather the representatives that we will send out. If you are dying to go out and hang out with the folks at the intermediate school district while districts cast their ballot, please put your name forward. In years past, Michelle and I have acted as that person, and if there is a motion to follow that pattern, we would accept a motion to send Michelle and myself as both the designee and the alternate to cast the vote of the Board of Education. You will then, again, be asked to, in a minute, select the incumbents for those seats. So at this time, administration is seeking a resolution designating the representatives to cast the votes. And again, if you are so interested, put your name forward and I will happily step out of the way.
Let me ask some questions about that.
Oh, I was just going to make a comment. The
Okay.
question, they're all incumbents. There's only 3 places and they're all 3 covered and they're incumbents. So there's nobody else to vote for.
Yeah, but I think the question though is, we first let's get a motion on the
motion on
table
table.
and then Ms. Hamilton, discussion.
Move approval for discussion.
And then a second for,
Second.
okay, Derek and Marilyn, and then you did have a question, Ms. Hamilton?
Yep, so right now, it sounds like what we're talking about is we're talking about the people who are gonna just cast the vote.
Correct. The
And
first,
their total job is to simply,
do your will. The board is in a minute gonna pass a resolution telling us exactly who to cast that vote for. We will show up on the designated day and cast that vote.
thank you.
It's a very trivial process, but one that we follow to meet the letter of the law.
And that's
So
the full extent of the role.
whole thing of the role. We
Thank
have
you.
no other saying.
I was concerned because I know Michelle's husband works there. I didn't know if there was some type of, but thank you,
No.
that makes sense.
She just, yeah, we've done it for multiple years this way just as a secretary of the board.
Any more discussion?
The first
Derek?
motion's on the representative that we're sending and an alternate, right? This is fairly foreign to me, so you'll have to excuse me, but when I read through the documents, it indicated that that person carries the votes for whoever we select by our subsequent, presumably like adopted subsequent next resolution on the first ballot. And if those people aren't elected, then that person has the ability to vote for whoever after second ballot.
So at this point, there are only
There's nobody
incumbents
running.
running. So I don't think that will fail, but, and it hasn't yet. This is unfortunately kind of a holdover from language that dated back to when ISDs were formed. And same conversation when it comes to their budget. It seems like an archaic process. You can't call a meeting until after the candidates have been announced, which is in March 6th, and then we can't, you can't have a meeting until after May 15th, but they no later than May 31st. If I could promise you, it's just ridiculous language. The truth is we will cast the vote that the board directs us to. It's what we've done in the past. I don't anticipate there'll be any other candidates because everybody who was able to apply has already done so, and it is simply the same 3 incumbents. So there's no challengers at this time. Did I answer your question?
It's just really an antiquated thing that started with the inception of the whole idea of
If they failed, Derek, you are correct. I could put your name forward.
One more board, Derek. There you go. Okay, ready for a vote? Okay, we are voting on designating representatives to go to cast the vote for people who are not opposed. Now, did we decide we're going to stay with Jeff and Michelle? Okay. Yeah, unless somebody else wants to go. Okay, let's go ahead, and the motion then is to send Jeff and Michelle as representatives to the ISD vote for the ISD board on June 5th. Your motion?
moved.
Oh, we have the same motion? Okay, I thought we had to do different ones. Okay, now we just need a vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
I'm just going to abstain because the ISD is my employer.
Okay. We're all set. Motion carries.
All right, but we need more. We're not done. Just because it's another opportunity. I do need you guys to formally pass a motion to vote for the incumbent candidates. If those are, you want to create somebody new, I suppose you can, but the candidates that were out there, because there's no write-in candidates for this. It's not
No.
allowed. Is Douglas Scott is an incumbent. He is on a one-year term. So a two-year term, excuse me, July 1st, 2023 through June 30th, 2025. There are two 6-year terms, June 1st, 2023 through June 30, 2029, and that is David Salisbury and Douglas
Skedler.
Skedler.
You went here.
All right, so that would be the motion that we are seeking now.
So, just to be clear, so no one else can be running, just those, okay, thank you. Just to be clear.
That's why it seems so antiquated.
Yes, just to be clear.
Yeah, the
Okay.
deadline to register was May 5th. Once the
passed it.
county clerk certified who had turned in their forms, we got that information. It is only these three, and these are the only three we will be casting a ballot
Okay,
for.
this
if the
motion
board.
is to have Jeff and Michelle cast votes for the 3 incumbents that are running unopposed. Is that your motion?
Aye. Oh, now I'm totally confused.
We have a motion?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, so moved.
second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I will just abstain again because
Abstain
the
again.
ISD.
All right,
Okay.
And again, I'm going to apologize. Because we've got an abstention, it is important that I hear all 4 votes. So if I could, just a roll call vote, Ms. Oxley. Because if we don't have a quorum, if I don't have 4 votes, it doesn't pass. So I apologize for that. Ms. Oxley?
To clarify, we're voting for the 3 people, right?
Correct.
So yes.
Yeah, Mr. Dobies, Ms. Acton Dowell,
Yes.
Ms. Mitchell,
Abstain.
and Mrs. Fitzgerald. So yes, 401.
Thank you.
Okay, resolution calling for public hearing on the ESSER 3 grant funds. Marcus?
All right, one of the requirements necessary to continue to receive ESSER 3 funding is to allow for meaningful stakeholder consultation on the proposed use of the funds and to make regular updates every 6 months. So we will be holding a public hearing on Tuesday, June 20th, beginning at 5:15 for this purpose. So this time, we were recommending adoption of the attached resolution calling for the public hearing, so we'll be able to hold that hearing on June 20th before the regular board meeting.
It's right before our board meeting, so we're all going to be here just 15 minutes early. Okay, I'd like to hear a motion for approval.
So moved.
Second.
Derek and Marilyn. Any deliberation, any questions on this one?
Yes.
Oh, go ahead.
So deliberation, not necessarily question, maybe question 2. And we talked about this at the ESSER, whatever one we had to approve before. But we have in here that we're required to receive these funds, but we have to allow for meaningful stakeholder consultation. I think it would be a really good idea if our team here at JPS, I think we did this last time where we put a lot of information out there that this conversation was coming up. But I think it would be good to add into that, if we do that again this time, letting the community know that this conversation is coming up and we need to hear from them. Some suggestions on what hearing from them looks like. So what would we expect the community to comment on? People oftentimes are afraid to come and sit at this table and engage the board because they don't understand their roles, what they should or shouldn't say, what they can or can't say, how they can contribute or not. It would be really nice to have some information going to the community that says, this is coming up, one, and then two, this is how you can engage. You may have questions on this, you may have questions on that, you may have suggestions on these different things, and that's what we want to hear so that our community can actually engage us, or at least give them an opportunity in that way. So I would love to see something like that occur with this, so that it can be meaningful.
Yep. I believe last summer when we held the initial meaningful stakeholder hearing, there was an opportunity for the public to comment and make suggestions, and we had that again at our 6-month update this past winter. We'll continue to do that at each update until the funds are completely expended.
So thank you, Marcus. It's not that I'm asking for us to give the public an opportunity to speak. We know that that's occurring. I'm saying helping the public understand what speak looks like, what you could say, what you could offer suggestions on. So like I said, they don't know a lot of times. They don't know that, hey, look, this is a budget information meeting, and maybe you want the school to spend money this way. Maybe you want the school to spend money that way. Giving them that information just to kind of help them so that they can actually engage the board more. Remember, part of my role and how I ran was more parental engagement, more teacher engagement, just more engagement. And sometimes part of that is educating them on what that engagement can look like. And this is saying we need meaningful stakeholder consultation. Part of that's helping them understand what meaningful looks like, what you can actually comment on. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion on the table. Yeah. Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Okay, now we are on 22-23-135, resolution calling for public hearing on proposed budget. And Marcus, it's you again.
All right, so every year we are required to hold a public hearing on our proposed budget prior to the board approving it. Outside of some of the things we discussed earlier this evening, we'll also be discussing the millage rates that we'll be levying on properties for the next year. So at this time, again, we're going to recommend adoption of the resolution allowing us to hold the public hearing on Tuesday, June 20th at 5:30 or at the immediate conclusion of the prior ESSER hearing, whichever comes first.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, none heard. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. We have no old business. We're on now to board comment. I'd like you to be succinct, stick to the things that are going on here. The agenda items would be nice. Anybody have a comment you want to start with?
I will.
Okay.
So just to be really clear, when I wanted to wait a month to look at the curriculum, I needed to know, because I'm an elected official, to really do due diligence, because this is stewarding taxpayers' money. And I wanted everyone, there's so many people that are online to hear these comments, to hear the presentations. And I think it just really served everybody. So I was never, ever, ever against a new curriculum. Goodness, 2010, and the books were written in 2005. I just wanted the public to know that we were really concerned about a good curriculum. And when the presentations came, I was all on board. And now everyone knows, and so, because there's a lot of online people. So I just wanted to make that clear and thank the teachers again. I was a substitute teacher for 2.5 years, and it's a hard job, and I really appreciate the teachers. I still remember all of my teachers. They made a huge difference in my life. So I just wanted to thank all the teachers for doing such an amazing job, and the parapros, the subs, everyone. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Marilyn. Anybody else?
Yes.
Keisha.
I have board comments tonight. So it's important to me, one, I want to thank the teachers again because, very grateful for them coming and presenting the information because it was important, as Marilyn just mentioned, that our community also understand what's occurring. Like I mentioned to the teachers, I'm a parent to students at JPS, and I had absolutely no idea that this piloting was occurring. I'm also a board member and had no idea that this was occurring. And so when we found out about it, it was important for us to, again, do our due diligence to understand it better. I also want to just kind of address some of the comments that come up at our board meetings from some of our constituents who don't necessarily understand the role of a board member, which I get it. You know, I mean, sometimes we just don't understand each other's roles, and that's okay. But the role of a board member is to ask questions. And the role of our superintendent is to answer those questions. As an elected official, I had, individuals who voted for me, and their voices, their concerns, their perspectives is what put me into office, is what put me here in this seat. Me being able to ask the questions that I ask and, solicit the responses that I am looking for or trying to understand better. When this board president chooses to suppress our voice, my voice, and my constituents' voice, it's just doing a disservice to our community. But I'm going to continue to ask my questions, and because it is important that I ask those questions because that's actually my role as a board member. The other thing that I want to mention, this board voted down board norms on last month. So when I'm telling Pam at this board table that we do not have a 10-minute limit on how we can ask questions at this table, that's not something that we as a board have voted on. It's because we actually have not voted on this. I want you to understand that I'm not making up stuff as I go along. You can look at the recordings your own selves and see that we did not vote on board norms. So we do not have a 10-minute limit, just like she tried to create the board norm last month around public comment. And I mentioned at that time, we haven't voted on that. It's important for you all to know that when she's doing things like this, if that's okay for her to do things like this, trust and believe, down the line, this is also happening in our schools. So when I'm questioning those things, it's because I know it needs to be questioned. I know that we need to know at this board table as elected officials, we need to be setting a standard. We need to be the leaders. We need to be the ones modeling how this looks. And if somebody's creating a rule as they go along, that's unfair to our students. We have policies that we follow. It's unfair to our community. It's unfair to our teachers. It's unfair to our families. It's just unfair. It's not right. So when I'm asking those questions, it's because I do value our policies. I value our laws, so to speak. I value them. I value the board norms that we did not create. I also value my voice and the voices of my constituents. So I'm going to continue to do what I do. I'm going to continue to expose when things are being done here that are not, should not be being done here. And continue asking those questions and continue fighting for our parents, our students, and our teachers, as I promised you when you voted me into office. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yes, I just wanted to also thank the teachers for all of their work. I'm thrilled that the curriculum has passed and they are getting that. They are the experts. I've been in education myself for 23 and a half years, so I know how hard teachers work, and I so appreciate what they do every day in every building across this district. So kudos to them. I know it's such a crazy month, but the end is near in summer.
I've got it right here. Well, I wasn't going to say anything else, but I do need to make one comment, and that is that I did not make anything up. The board itself adopted Robert's Rules of Orders as our parliamentary procedure several years ago. And Robert's Rule of Order and the board policy, not board policy, the Michigan Association of School Boards policies and Robert's Rules of Order both have those things in them. And since we adopted Robert's Rules, I follow Robert's Rules, not Pam Fitzgerald rules. And that's all I've got to say. But thank you anyway, and I really appreciated being a much more civil meeting this month, and I hope you all come back and we can continue to move forward and get things done. Thank you. Okay, now we're going on to the calendar. Oh, I'm sorry, Derek, go ahead. I follow Robert's rules and don't call on people.
That's all right. First, I saw Danielle, I think, is still here in the back. Thanks for riffing a bunch of positive stuff, and look forward to maybe snagging you after the meeting and connecting on some opportunities to engage with all the cool stuff that you got working on. Just if I could, as a point of privilege, serving in office for a decade on the Jackson City Council, Robert's Rules allows for, tries to construct public meetings like this in a way that are productive and conducive to business, while at the same time being open to debate and dialogue, cognizant that these are business meetings where we can't just talk endlessly, and there has to be some way in which we can deliberate and which we can move forward without with a level of decorum and without it devolving into conflict, I guess. There are ways in which you're correct that Robert's Rules has procedures by which we can limit debate. There are time limits. Normally those are, as Keisha has indicated, voted on prior to a discussion on any agenda item. I think the primacy of the Robert's Rules is around not restricting debate unless the body is voting to do so, whether through a time limit or whether through calling the previous question and ending debate and having that. So those are votes that we take to decide whether we are done discussing something and whether we are looking to take action on something. And that's why those motions require 2/3 majority for that debate to cease and for that vote to happen. So just wanted to underscore that so that we can be cognizant of that moving forward. Finally, I've appreciate everyone's patience with me as I fumble through. This is the 5th meeting I've been to as I educate myself about JPS and all of the things that we work to address here. Started to go out to some of the elementary schools, just met with Principal Weatherwax this morning at John R. Walked through that school, going to Northeast. Had an opportunity to go through Sharp Park and meet with Mrs. Lusby, who made me curl up in a ball, horrified in how much I have yet to educate myself about the educational system and the district and how teachers are evaluated and how she evaluates her teachers and all of the things. I almost left and sat in my car and cried, but it did leave me very proud of my daughter's principal, but 2, just getting out and getting into the schools and seeing the amazing administrators and staff that we have and the amazing teachers that we just saw here tonight makes me really proud to sit at this table, but more importantly, be a parent of a student that goes to JPS. So that's all I'll say.
Page 29. You may speak and debate twice on any debatable motion on the same day. Each time you may speak up for 10 minutes. These limits apply to any organization that has not adopted special rules setting other limits.
Very
That's in
quickly,
Roberts, we adapted that.
Very quickly, I'd like to thank those board members. I know that several of you, Ms. Hamilton, Ms. Dobies, Ms. Acton Dowell, I know that Pam, you're in the buildings, Ms. Angela, you are in the building, so I want to say thank you very much for doing that. What I might be something to encourage is, as you are visiting the classrooms and talking with the staff, it might be a worthwhile opportunity for you to be able to report out here at the board meetings. Just let the community know what you saw. You're going in, what you're talking to staff about. I think that's an excellent opportunity for the staff or for the community to hear your voice about what you saw. We've talked about this, and many of you know this. We go anywhere you want to go without, there's no direction. You show up and say, I want to go to this building, we go to this building. And whatever we see, whatever we find when you go in, that's what we live with. I'm very proud of the work done by our staff at every building, and I'm confident that when you go there, while we would rarely call anything perfect. You're going to see an excellent education system everywhere you go. So thank you very much for your participation in visiting the classrooms in the buildings.
Okay, let's go on to upcoming calendar dates. As a former principal of this high school and teacher and 6 graduates, students through Jackson High, my family, I just can't tell you how important it is to attend these events. And I would really like it if we could all make a real concerted effort to attend. May 24th is JHS Baccalaureate, and that's at Kingdom Life Ministries. Does anybody know where that's at? Pardon me? Oh, okay.
It's on Spring Arbor Road in front of Polly's.
Thank you. I did not know that.
So yes, we do know where it is.
It was in something, it used to be something else. Okay, then the honors night is the 25th. Now, all the activities surrounding graduation are always at 6 o'clock. So the honors night is in the JHS auditorium at 6 o'clock the next day. May 26th is a commencement at Withington at 1 o'clock for Pathways and SCMV commencement. May 26th in the evening, 6 o'clock, is the JHS commencement, also in Withington Stadium. June 5th is the JACISD biennial election. You're just talking about that. JPS retirement dinner, Cascades Manor, that's on the 6th of June at 5:30. June 8th is a staff appreciation picnic, Mee Hall Practice Field at 11:30. June 20th, as we just said, is the ESSER grant fund hearing and the proposed budget hearing. Then June 20th is our next meeting in the JHS Media Center at 5:30 or directly after those 2 very short meetings. So still probably be about 5:30. Okay, I'd like to entertain a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Thank you. Second? Support? Okay, deliberation, any comments, thoughts? No? Okay. Those in favor, aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you all for coming and staying with us through all this.